Last episode on Conquest of Dovah, Sorin casted Hypnotic Pattern, hitting Trifle, Iridact, and 4 out of the 6 suits of animated armor. Sorin used 2 of his portents to warp space and time, forcing Trifle and Iridact to fail at defending from the spell, leaving them both incapacitated. The animated armors resisted the spell. Sorin, realizing he failed to affect the animated armors with his magic, casted Silvery Barbs to try and force the armor to still fail at resisting his hypnotic pattern. Despite Sorin's extraordinary effort to incapacitate the armors, he still failed to take them out of the fight at the start of the battle. Steel blades shot out of joints in the armored arms of the animated beings. 3 of the creatures slashed at Vekni twice each, while 3 of them took 2 swings each at Sorin. Vekni endured 3 wounds from her opponents, while Sorin suffered 4 separate blows. Vekni frantically looked around her, searching for an opening to get some distance from the armors, but found she and Sorin were completely surrounded by these beings. Vekni yanked the sword from her scabbard and slashed at one of her opponents. She swiped her sword back the other way, striking her foe again. Vekni then channeled Ki and delivered a swift kick to the animated armor. As Vekni struck this being over and over again, pieces of metal were knocked loose and its limbs hung more loosely from its body. Vekni unleashed Ki and delivered a flurry of blows, ending with a knee strike to the chest of the animated armor. The force of Vekni's knee sent the armor flying, where it slammed into the closest wall and shattered into pieces. Vekni turned to face the largest of the animated armors, which was significantly bigger than the rest. She bladed her body, bent her knees, and assumed a fighting stance. Sorin casted Mage Armor on himself. Then he drank a potion and stabbed one of the armors in the thigh with his dagger. The armors moved in on the adventurers, swinging their bladed arm weapons at Sorin and Vekni. Sorin and Vekni both suffered cuts and gashes from their foes. Sorin casted Shield to defend himself, and some of the bladed strikes skimmed harmlessly past him. Vekni struck one of the armors with a closed fist, infusing Ki and stunning the being with her punch. She turned to another armor and slashed at it with her sword. The blade connected with the chest section of the thick metal armor. A shower of sparks flew through the air as the simple sword scraped down the being's chest. As Vekni brought the blade diagonally downward, it got caught on an irregularity in the metal. A funny feeling crept into Vekni's forearm as the impact reverberated through her bone. The steel of Vekni's sword gave out, and the blade snapped in 2 as she still held the hilt of the sword in her hand. Vekni's resolve did not falter, and she dropped the sword hilt onto the floor. She immediately focused her Ki and launched a flurry of blows at the animated foe before her. Her first punch landed, and she stunned the armor with another stunning strike. Vekni quickly chugged a potion, expecting the fight ahead to be a tough one. Sorin popped the tops off 2 of his potions and held one in each hand. He lifted the potions high and poured the contents into his mouth simultaneously. Sorin was grievously injured from the battle so far, and his body cried out for a way to mend his many wounds. Sorin's strength was somewhat restored from downing the red fluids contained in the potion flasks. He casted Tasha's Mind Whip on one of the 3 animated armors that had attacked him. He followed up his spell by stabbing the being with his dagger. Out of potions, out of portents, low on spell slots, injured, out of actions, bonus actions, and movement, Sorin Avicine braced himself for a counterattack. The 3 armors swung their blades at Sorin. One of them struck Sorin in the chest, smashing into his mage armor, but the cheap metal blade shattered into pieces and did not harm the human wizard. Sorin casted Shield to protect himself from the incoming blows, but was still struck twice, once on each shoulder, by the other 2 armors. 3 follow-up attacks came at Sorin, but the combination of his mage armor and shield spell kept him from taking more damage. As the armor's blades scraped harmlessly against Sorin's magical barriers. Vekni hurled Ignis at one of the armors, but one of the beings reached out with a shield and deflected the javelin. Ignis was knocked up into the air, but the lightning effect of the javelin still struck the remaining animated armors, crisping and damaging them. The larger animated armor seemed to be falling apart due to the damage it suffered in the battle. Small pieces of metal as well as screws and bolts fell to the ground around it. Vekni slid to the larger armor's side and delivered a nasty hook into its kidney area. The being ceased all movement and collapsed to the floor in a heap. Ki flowed through Vekni as she slipped behind another one of the armors and unleashed a barrage. Bop! Bop! A 1-2 strike to the being's back. The creature's limbs hung looser, and the sound of screws pinging onto the ground were heard in the room. This being looked quite injured. Vekni repositioned herself in the room and taunted one of her foes. Hey, you stupid piece of garbage. You gonna fall like your brothers? The remaining armors launched attacks at Vekni with javelins and their bladed arms. Sorin casted silvery barbs, mitigating some of the damage, but Vekni was still struck by one of the blades on her right side. Vekni delivered a whip slash to the helm of one of the armors. The helm flew up into the air, away from the rest of the armor, and the suit crumbled to the floor. Vekni turned and expended the last of her ki, delivering a barrage of punches to one of the remaining armors. Sorin circled to the back of one of the armors and stabbed it from behind with his dagger. He utilized the retractable blade of Ser Brost's bracelet on his right wrist, turned the blade inwards, and jammed it into the armor's back as well. Vekni found herself flanked between two of the armors. They attacked her with their arm blades, and she suffered 2 more blows from their pincer maneuver. Vekni spit out blood, and her breaths were shallow and labored. Not only did she suffer many blows in this fight, but she expended all of her ki and shattered her sword. In the back of her mind, Vekni was well aware the effects of Sorin's hypnotic pattern would only last for a short time longer. Sucking wind and completely exasperated, Vekni pivoted, turning her hips, and landed an uppercut onto the helm of one of the armors. The being's helm flew off into the air, and the rest of his armored body collapsed in a heap. Sorin drove his dagger into the back of one of the armored beings, piercing through it. For a brief instant, he felt an essence of some kind escape from the empty shell, and a mostly translucent white smoke escaped from it before the being crumpled to the floor defeated. The final remaining armor slashed Vekni in the chest with his arm blade. She barely maintained consciousness as her body was pushed near its absolute limit. Vekni lashed out at the being with her whip, slashing across its chest, causing sparks to fly into the air. She pivoted and turned her hips into a left hook, aimed at the creature's head. But the being ducked under her punch and shifted its weight to the other side. Using her momentum from the missed punch, Vekni lifted her right leg from the floor and delivered a savage critical roundhouse kick to the armor's midsection. The limbs of the final armor bursted apart and flew all about the room. With only half of the time left for Sorin's hypnotic pattern, Vekni and Sorin realized they must act quickly before Trifle and Iridact were no longer incapacitated. Vekni tied and gagged Trifle, while Sorin placed the leg shackles on Iridact. Sorin's spell ended, and the shackled Iridact looked to Sorin with hostility, clearly intent on attacking him. Vekni observed what was taking place and, while keeping her distance, threw 2 darts at Iridact, both of which connected with his center mass. Sorin used his action to disengage and took cover behind the wooden counter. Iridact attempted to move over to Vekni, but the leg shackles made it difficult for him to walk. Iridact traversed the battlefield as though he was walking over difficult terrain. He approached Vekni, but did not have enough movement left over to draw out his great axe. Vekni rolled to Iridact's back to attack him, but he turned a 180 degrees to face her. She belted him in the gut, then moved back away from him again. Sorin maneuvered to keep distance from himself and Iridact, then casted Tasha's Mind Whip on him. Iridact was able to resist the debilitating effects of the spell, but took some psychic damage from it. Iridact shook his head from side to side, attempting to shake off the mental pain inflicted by Sorin. Iridact hobbled himself behind the wooden counter and ducked down, concealing himself. Vekni positioned herself so she could see the hiding dwarf and drew out her bow. Vekni fired an arrow at Iridact, and it sunk into his gut. The crouching dwarf made a pained grunt, and a little bit of blood trickled out of his mouth down onto his beard. Vekni fired a second arrow, which pierced Iridact's right eye, killing him. Vekni entered into the back room where she believed Miklian Greystone typically slept, while Sorin recovered his leg shackles from Iridact's corpse and searched the wooden counter. Sorin recovered a strange letter written in Draconic. Vekni observed Miklian lying on a bed in the tiny back room, manacled and chained to the wall. Vekni woke up Miklian, who stated Trifle was upset about his son being imprisoned and was worried about Vekni trying to do something. He explained Trifle used some kind of spell to put him to sleep. Vekni yelled to Sorin to lock the door to the shop, which he then did. He also closed the curtains to the window and put up the close sign at the front door. Vekni told Miklian she was going to free him and take him to Queen Inez. Miklian agreed but asked Vekni not to hurt Trifle, stating Trifle was his best friend. According to Miklian, Trifle had plans to free Miklian from his enslavement soon. While speaking with Vekni, Miklian seemed to have a mostly negative view of CLAD and a mostly positive view of Vigor. He said Trifle loved the former king, but Vigor had treated the man well. Miklian asked Vekni to free him so they could embrace. He explained he wanted to hold, kiss, and touch his long-lost love. Vekni leaned down and kissed Miklian on the forehead. He leaned into the kiss and closed his eyes. Vekni freed Miklian with a key she found on Trifle, then chained Trifle to the wall in place of his slave. Sorin casted Comprehend Languages so he could read the draconic note he found. The letter was addressed to the shogunate of Jisei and was from someone called Master Rokotsu of Kasumi Village. The note spoke of things Sorin was not familiar with, such as a potential alliance between ninja and samurai, a person called the Flame, a debt, and a chieftain of something called the Atama clan, who was traveling with his son. Vekni sat on the floor of the shop and leaned against a wall, attempting to short rest and recover a bit from the battle with the animated armors and Iridact. While resting, Vekni experienced a strange waking nightmare. She saw visions of things in the past, some distant, others more recent. The visions were quite peculiar. When her rest was completed, Vekni felt a stinging pain in her right cheek, and not only did she not feel rested, she felt more exhausted than before. While Vekni tried to relax, Sorin heard knocking at one of the windows of the armorer's shop. Sorin approached the window and moved the curtain, where he observed a black crow pecking on the glass. There was a letter in its talons. Sorin took the letter, which was from his mother, the Queen of Ferelden, Genlia Avicine. The letter advised Sorin that the man called Hainsworth might have information that could help Sorin after the Burning Fist had been reunited. Sorin observed through the window Sir Galloway and his orc subordinates walking outside. The group was no longer wearing Bloodmist sigils and colors, but rather those of Forte. Sorin searched Trifle for some kind of spell focus, and found an unusually small forging hammer. Sorin examined the tool for magic, and determined it was, in fact, Trifle's spell focus. Sorin confiscated it. Sorin cut some of Trifle's clothing, then used the material as a makeshift blindfold, which he tied around Trifle's eyes. He then took out Trifle's gag. While speaking with Trifle, Sorin learned the names of two of Karaganda's lieutenants, Harshal and Thaxos. Trifle mentioned that the powerful female warrior, Rochambeau, was also one of Karaganda's lieutenants. Sorin offered to help Trifle, and attempted to convince him he was Odoacer's son, but failed to do so. While speaking of his jailed son, Triant, Tryfel told Sorin that important people in the town were executed by Karaganda. He said that those that did not do what Karaganda wanted were killed. Tryfel added Karaganda was a brutal person. Tryfel divulged that Dr. Domenica was summoned to the mayor's office and had been attending to Frank Mandred since his body was recovered. Apparently, Frank was disfigured and very angry at Sorin and Vekni. Frank's aim was always to make Forte into a great branch of vigor, and elevating it as the most powerful of the branches. But since the incident in his lab, Frank had a new goal: killing Sorin and Vekni. Tryfel spoke of the samurai nation of Jisei. Jisei and the kingdom of Dovah both existed on the continent of CLAD. Jisei and Dovah had a long-standing alliance, but with the fall of the Lorian dynasty 10 years ago, and the Vigor regime taking its place, Tryfel said he was unsure of the current state of the alliance. Both Tryfel and Sorin speculated about the person called the Flame. Sorin came to the conclusion that this was a nickname of some kind. A short time later, Sorin asked Miklian for his hand, which he confusingly gave. Sorin held the man's hand and ritual casted the Identify spell. At the spell's end, Sorin confirmed what he suspected already. Miklian was not a real person, but was rather part of Wilma's spell, casted through Vess and Kaz Karoon 10 years earlier. While Vekni rested and appeared disturbed by her nightmares, Sorin observed Wilma claw herself through his hag's eye, crawl over to Vekni, and touch the High Elf's face. Wilma then returned into the eye. This was visible to Sorin only, no one else in the room. Sorin spoke much further with Miklian and Tryfel, whilst Vekni rested and experienced the terrible waking nightmare of events in the past. Sorin told the story of the Burning Fist defeating Vlad and advised Miklian that Kevlian still lived, currently residing in Queensgrace. Sorin explained he would keep Vekni from killing Tryfel if Miklian would sign the ally ledger and agree to join the other former members of the Burning Fist to stop a great evil. Miklian agreed and signed the book. After Miklian had a brief run-in with guards looking for Sorin and Vekni at the shop, Sorin gave Miklian 500 gold to bribe any other guards who came snooping around. Miklian warned it would be difficult to bribe guards with Karaganda in the city, but he said he would try. Sorin was able to complete his short rest. After both PCs awoke, Vekni told Sorin about the nightmare she experienced, and seemed to remember the Ningyo fish she saw in the dream that was said to curse people. Sorin gave Vekni one of the 2 potions of remove curse he purchased at the alchemist shop. Vekni drank the elixir. Vekni felt a bit queasy and began to dry heave a bit. She vomited up a live, full-sized crow. Sorin rushed over to a nearby window and allowed the crow to escape. A distinct chill crept into the room. A fine mist appeared on the floor and slowly began to rise. Miklian whispered to Vekni, "Marjorie, what is going on?" She said she didn't know and reached for her sword. Vekni's sword broke in the battle with the animated armors, and she found her scabbard was empty. Feeling sick from vomiting up the crow, Vekni unfurled her whip and took a fighting stance, unsure of what was happening. Vekni heard a sound that was familiar to her, a woman sobbing. The sound grew louder and closer. The chilling mist covered the entire room. "Come here! Help me! Come here!" The sound of the familiar frightened whisper filled the room. Then a demonic shriek. "Help me!" Through the mist in the corner of the room, the PCs observed the back of a woman, hunched over, cradling her knees. The woman had long black hair and appeared to be heavily sobbing. The woman rocked back and forth, trembling. Sorin summoned his owl familiar, Dexter, to appear, and commanded him to fly into the back room to touch Miklian and Vekni. He casted invisibility on Miklian and Vekni through his owl. Then he ran out the front door of the armorer's shop. Vekni peeked her head out of the back room and eyed the lit forge near the crouched, rocking woman. Vekni recalled the horrors she experienced with this creature aboard Tuskheart. Vekni knew if she didn't act quickly, she and all of her friends would die. She slipped 3 sticks of dynamite from her pouch and hurled them into the lit forge. The forge exploded. And the concussion from the blast rocked the room. The interior of the building was lit aflame, and there was now a big hole in the wall where the forge had been. The PCs heard strange, shrieking noises coming from the back room, where Dexter and Trifle were currently located. The woman crouching in the corner of the room stood, turned, and looked at the fire. The woman had sickly pale blue skin, black eyes, and her hair was long, wet, and the individual strands seemed to move independently like snakes. The woman seemed to sniff at the air. Sorin commanded Dexter, his owl familiar, to fly in front of the creature's face, hoping to distract it. Sorin then left the front of the armorer's shop, walking in the direction of the front gate of Vigor Valley City. Vekni chugged a potion of greater healing. Then she and the invisible Miklian Greystone booked it through the fiery opening in the back of the armorer's shop, created by the exploding forge. Both she and Miklian were singed a bit while passing through the flames. Meanwhile, in front of the building, a group of guards ran up to Sorin and asked him what was going on and what caused the sound of the explosion. Sorin convinced the guards that innocents might need help inside the armorer's shop. They passed by him and rushed inside. Sorin attempted to recall Dexter from the armorer's shop, back room, but realized his familiar had been killed somehow. Vekni tossed 2 more dynamite sticks into the armorer's shop from outside the hole, then moved towards the city entrance. A short time later, she heard 2 more explosions coming from the area. Vekni, Sorin, and Miklian met up with Ser Brost, Edgerin, One Reaper, and Doomfist at the front gate. The men of CLAD were disguised like Forte soldiers and were waiting for Vekni and Sorin. Ser Brost let out a big sigh, and Edgerin looked quite nervous upon reuniting with the PCs. Ser Brost said Lord Henry, Prince Lorien, and the others of CLAD already left the city and were en route to Queensgrace. Ser Brost beckoned the adventurers to follow he and his subordinates, as he knew a safe shortcut through the mountains to escape the valley and circumvent the Forte outpost ahead. The group of 7 warriors traveled through the valley for hours. Ser Brost directed this group off the main road, over to the left, through a cutout in the mountains. As the group proceeded, Brost continued to lead the way, while Edgerin insisted on holding the rear. They reached a cave entrance, and all the CLAD men, save for Doomfist, drew their weapons and raised them into the air. Ser Brost began a short speech. "All Kingsmen, raise your swords for the rightful ruler of Dovah." Then he looked to Vekni and Sorin. Vekni raised her whip, since her sword was destroyed in the battle against Trifle's animated armors. Sorin brought out his wand and casted dancing lights to make it glow, then raised it as well. Brost continued, "To Prince Lorien, the rightful ruler of our kingdom." Brost sighed deeply, and Edgerin looked extremely nervous, just like before. Perhaps the pair were concerned about what they would face inside the cave. After traveling through the dark, narrow cave for a time, Brost advised the adventurers they had almost reached the end. The CLAD knight rushed ahead and appeared to descend out of sight. Vekni had an uneasy feeling and passed the king's protector, as well as her magic javelin Ignis, over to Miklian for him to use, in case their group encountered any hostile creatures in the deep dark caverns. The adventurers reached what appeared to be large stone steps leading downwards, and they followed Ser Brost's lead into a large, cavernous room. Inside this new area, the PCs observed giant, mushroom-like fungi and high ledges all around the room. Moments after Vekni, Sorin, and Miklian descended fully into the area, they heard a loud bang, which reverberated throughout the room. Vekni clutched her whip and turned to the sound, saying to Sorin and Miklian, "What was that?" Edgerin stood at the top of the steps. Vekni and her allies surmised there was an open stone door to the side of the entrance into the room when they had entered, but they did not notice it. And Edgerin, well, he had slammed the door shut.
Welcome back to another episode of Power Word Nerd.
Brost says, "Come on, we're almost at the end." And he rushes ahead a little bit. You see him kind of descend. You approach what appear to be like these large stone steps. You enter in this larger room. There's these large trees, almost like these giant, like fungus looking. They're not really trees, just giant fungus in this big area.
Like giant mushrooms?
Yeah. The room is surrounded by high ledges. And the smallest of ledges are about 25 feet up, and the larger ones are about 45 feet. So they're pretty. All these ledges around the room. I'm gonna roll. Just rolling against your passive perception.
Vekni, while we're walking,
Yes.
is going to hand Miklian that CLAD shield that we got for some reason. I forget.
The King's Protector?
Yeah.
Well, it's magical, requires attunement.
Well, can it still be used as a shield?
As a regular shield, yes. So due to my roll against your passive perception, you do not detect any danger right now.
Okay. And then, how do you use a javelin as a melee weapon?
You can. Okay.
There's
There's a staff order and the javelin. What javelin does?
Yeah. I'll hand him Ignis. Like, he needs his back. So he has a shield and a javelin.
These men, he says to you, these men seem to be pretty confident that we're safe here. I don't know if I'll be needing this.
That's a Jason Sally.
So as I said, you descend those large steps into this big room with the ledges and the trees all around. And then you hear from behind, you hear this really, really loud boom, bang, reverberate around the room.
Alright, okay. Yeah, right. He's just like, Vekni will look back.
Any kind of perception checks on this?
I rolled against yours.
That's
why I asked before.
Vekni will look back
I didn't
and
notice shit, huh?
pull her whip and goes, "What was that?"
So you turn back and you see, as I said, you had to descend those steps.
Yeah.
You see Edgerin at the top of the steps, and there appears to have been to the side of that little area that entered into the room. There was a stone door, and he slammed it shut.
Double cross.
And he still looks. He's got this really nervous look on his face, and you hear from above those ledges that I described. You hear this loud guttural oof.
Was Edgerin on the inside of the door or the outside of the door?
He's on the outside. He's in the room with you.
Okay.
You hear this loud guttural sound. You hear this voice. Doesn't sound human. Go, oof! And you hear this rolling sound as a boulder rolls down from the top of these ledges, falls, and rolls directly towards Sorin and Vekni. You guys need to make...
Oh, whatever it is.
It's next throw of 10.
I'm 15. 18.
Sorin and Vekni are next to each other. You can put them where you want. I guess let's make them. So, You could see that there is a burly ogre with orange sideburns from the area where that boulder fell from.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a group of orc crossbowmen spread all across these high ledges, all the way across the room. This is a dead end. There is no other, you don't see another way out of the room. Apparently you were led to a dead end. The ogre says, in common, broken, oof, you guys pretty fucking stupid falling for this. You roll party.
So that's 13
You know,
total.
For a second, Dan,
I need Miklian's thing.
thought we were okay.
You might be okay.
Yeah, why are they tanking?
You don't, yeah, you can ask them.
And you have no magic.
0. Nothing. Zip. Zilch.
What is this?
I mean, do we know this is a double cross?
Yeah, because he said you're stupid for falling for this trap.
Did say that. Where's my monster manual?
You know what this was? This is like one of the magic items in the fighting.
Yeah,
Just when you thought you had a nice magic item.
it's like dead end after dead end.
Oh, it's cursed. Haha.
Yeah, I fooled you.
Fooled you, got you with those plus ones.
Yeah, once it said
Oh, God.
I was never going to attend to it.
Yeah. Guys want cool magic items? Here's a shield. Can you use it? If we were
Look.
walking in here with full spells and full key and full health.
You're right.
Oh, I have no key. Fuck. Oh yeah, no, we're done. Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? I might just bury myself in the other.
Might as well just dig your own fucking grave.
Well, first up in the order is Miklian.
Is the CLAD guys draw their weapons towards us?
They haven't drawn weapons yet.
He's going to heft up his shield, and he'll hold his action for someone to come close to him to attack.
If someone comes close to him, he attacks.
Yeah. Oh wait, what's this bonus action? Bonus action. He will imbue the weapon with a powerful aura. Imbue flame.
Okay. So his javelin lights a flame.
So, do I see everything I see right now?
You see the orcs and the ogre. The ogre is in the upright with that boulder in front of him. That's the ogre. He's the one that would talk.
Okay, he's the one that talks.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, cover matters when you're talking about these vertical heights. So 45 feet up, they're going to have some amount of cover from you if you're trying to do a
Depends on
range.
how close you are to him.
Yeah.
The further away.
The further away, the less cover they have.
What are they currently standing on?
It's like ledges, like stone ledges.
Stone.
What are these red things?
Those are just signify other boulders. So there are other boulders on the ledges, aside from the one that got thrown at you.
And what am I currently standing on? It's like dirt.
It's no, it's not dirt. It's like stone floor, like stone cave floor. 8 orcs, an ogre, and the 4 men of CLAD. One of which is a knight.
Come on, talk your way out of it.
I'm really trying to think of a way.
Ask Brost what the fuck's up.
Brost, what is going on here?
As a reaction, he can answer you. Again, he'll sigh. Lord Henry's orders are Lord Henry's orders.
That motherfucker. He didn't like you to begin with.
Well, we literally got him out of the fucking city. I'm gonna kill him.
But you had no honor. You didn't like that. I knew we should have fucking died these people out. Fucking knew it. Sorin's gonna use his action then. Use his action.
Okay. We'll say you could speak as a free action.
Okay. Because if that's the case,
But it's
you
only
know,
6
is it like
seconds.
ogre and what? Is it all ordered ogres?
No,
Or-
1 ogre, 8 orcs, and the 4 men of CLAD. And the orcs have crossbows.
Alright, so the men of
Oh,
CLAD.
and I should have mentioned as well. Their armor is black and red with sigils.
Oh, this is Bloodmists.
Oh, you're friends with them.
I want to roll a history check. I don't want to remember the name of the guy that I talked to in the woods.
Okay. Roll history. Your DC's 10.
10 plus 7, 17.
Lord Craven.
That's it.
So Sorin then his free action will say, I want to talk to...
You already spoke 6 seconds. You don't have time to speak more this turn.
Okay, so can I use my action to do it then? I'll burn an action to talk. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I'll burn an action to talk.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll tell them that I want to speak to my friend, Lord Craven. And the reason that I say that, and I'll let you run with this however you want, my noble feature.
Is this Bloodmist or Chaos?
It is Bloodmist. The sigil is that of Bloodmist.
So, thanks to your noble birth, people are inclined to think the best of you. You are welcome into high society. People assume you have the right to be wherever you are. The common folk make every effort to accommodate you and avoid your displeasure, and other people of high birth treat you as a member of the same social sphere, and you can secure an audience with a local noble.
We'll do this. We'll do this.
And that is how I'll end my turn.
We'll do this. Why don't you roll a persuasion?
Okay. Persuasion.
Your DC is going to be high.
I'm rolling it already, and I just got a 20 natural.
Okay.
I rolled a 16 plus 4, 20.
Alright.
It's not 20 natural.
I won't tell you what happens,
Okay.
but it's Brost's turn.
Okay.
So that would not have affected Ser Brost, whatever you said.
Okay.
Brost is going to use half of his movement, draw out his scimitar. He's going to glow with this white aura, and he's going to cast a spell that can affect 3 targets. He's going to cast it all 3 of you.
Nice.
3
of you have to roll a charisma save of 14.
Charisma save?
Yes.
Ooh, do my things give me charisma save or wisdom saves? With advantage. Bracers of Deej. Wisdom saves. So
What is the save?
14 charisma. Miklian, Vekni, and Sorin
I
all
rolled
to
a
roll.
5.
You failed.
I did fail. Charisma is actually my worst stat. What is...
Charisma is one of the 6 stats.
I have...
Miklian, it's whatever his charisma stat.
Saving throws.
Unless he has a special saving throw, it's just going to be his charisma stat.
This is plus 7. He got a 15.
So he passed.
He could be at a plus 7 for a charisma save.
What? This guy's a fucking lady killer, he is. No wonder you got into your pants.
Sorin.
Yeah.
For whenever you make your next attacker save, or your first attacker save on every turn, you have to roll a d4 and subtract that number.
Vekni will use half her... She's going to yell to Ser Brost as her free action.
Okay.
But we saved your king. This is the honor you'll show us.
He only has 1 reaction. You
That's
can't
fine.
have-
She
you can't
still
have
says it.
Okay.
Let's see. She'll...
I will say Edrin continues to look really nervous and unsure of what to do.
She'll shoot eyes at Edrin up at the top of like that disappointed mom stare. But she'll turn and face Doomfist and drop her whip and just get into a ready stance and hold her action that if he comes towards her, she's gonna crack the shit
If
out
he
of him.
moves towards you.
And she's gonna be back to back with Miklian, so blocking from flanking.
Doomfist's turn, and he's gonna say, "I apologize, Vekni, but these are our orders. It must be done." Use your reaction to answer if you want, but that would be your reaction.
I'm worried about these crossbowmen firing at me. I can only deflect so many missiles. She's just going to scowl at him angrily.
The guy with all the tattoos uses half his movement. He reaches behind his back and he pulls this it looks like a really short, a really tiny short halberd, but it's thick, short and thick. He pulls it out. He pulls it out like this, grabs it with both hands, and seems like pull it apart, and it's and it seems like it has multiple joints to it. It's a multi-joint, long axe, essentially.
Who did that?
The one with all the tattoos, one regular.
So what? They're
And he's gonna step towards. I guess he's gonna walk to Sorin's back because you have your back to him. If you use your reaction to change your facing, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn around and face him.
All right. So he's gonna try to attack you, and you're gonna. All right. So you're gonna do that. He's gonna do it from. So this pole arm, as I explained, it was real fat, and he took it apart, and it was and it's real long. So it actually has a really long range. He can reach 15 feet with it. It's super long. It's like super
anime weapon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like comically long. So you could be like here and hit you with it.
That's it. It's longer than the whip.
It's really long.
My armor class is 16 still.
First attack is a 11. Second attack. Wait. Okay. 15.
Misses.
And 21.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. 3 attacks.
Always.
11 damage.
Oh my god. Yeah. Only took a third of my health.
So the orc crossbowmen, they're all like trained and ready on you guys, but they're looking at each other like they're kind of confused, like they don't know what to do. And then the giant ogre in the back, he has his hand on the boulder like he was gonna push it down, but he looks around the boulder like this, and he looks to Sorin and he goes, "Oof! What you mean, Lord Craven? How you know him?"
You already used your reaction? Yeah, it's not my turn. We're in initiative.
Miklian.
Miklian, as a bonus action, will reach back and touch Vekni's whip and imbue flame on that.
Can he?
It says, bonus action, imbue flame. Can imbue any weapon with a powerful aura. This weapon gains flaming heavenly glow. And it's
Okay.
1d8 radiant, 1d8 fire to any weapon.
Okay, fair enough. That's what I wrote. That's what it is.
So we wrote to a rogue. You didn't expect to have a magical weapon, but they get fucked.
Miklian kind of looks, he's kind of disappointed that he's in this situation, but you can kind of see a spark in his eye because he's a warrior.
He is. He's a burning fist.
And he looks straight at Brost, and as his free action, he says, "Well, Vekni says you speak of, or that you, what was he saying? Vekni speaks of honor, and you're showing none now." And he just whips the fucking javelin at him.
Is he melee range or Brost? No, right?
It doesn't have to be. It's a javelin.
Is he?
Brost, no.
Oh, Brost is all the way back there.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
20 feet away.
Good. Warrior attack.
25.
Yeah, 25 hits.
He's got a +10 to hit.
+10?
He's a burning fist.
God damn, he is. He can fucking kill all these guys in here for us.
Well,
I'm playing the only card I got.
I like the
Oh,
angle that
shit.
you took.
Look at this.
They spent a whole
Max
turn not
damage.
attacking.
Max damage. And so
How much?
8 plus 8 plus 8.
How much?
24. It's 8 piercing, 8 fire, and 8 radiant.
Okay. Is that it for his turn?
How many attacks does he get?
I'm sure it's on there.
Multi-attack. 3 attacks!
But he threw his javelin, so he's not gonna be able to do it again.
So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and he will pull the javelin out of him.
Half movement. To pick a weapon up, it's a half movement. It's gonna be half movement.
Why did you throw it?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
threw it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you threw it, it'd be no different than shooting an
And
arrow
then,
than throwing an arrow.
And then,
Does he have the movement to do something more?
no, he can't move anymore.
Okay.
Throw it again.
He doesn't have to. He's in melee range now.
Oh.
So he gets stab.
You did ask if it had melee damage.
So he's going to stab him with the javelin.
Cross is gonna use his reaction.
Didn't he already use the reaction?
He did to respond.
Get fucked.
Okay.
26.
Yeah, that's.
And then I'll just roll the second hit.
Oh, wait for the orcs to go.
21?
Damage?
No, 21 to hit. I just rolled both hits.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Good. And 21 damage.
Okay. You got done.
Nope. 8, 1, 15 damage.
Alright.
He just has this glint in his eye.
Brost looks really hurt.
Which one's Brost?
The one right in front of me. The Miklian right here.
Was he the guy that like really like turned us in?
He was like the honorable one.
He's the guy that gave you all your bounty money. He gave you all your money. He did most of the talking.
The one guy
in
still was
CLAD.
nervous, right?
Edgerin, he's this guy back here.
Edgerin. All the way on the top there? Yeah. The guy that shut the door? The guy that looked nervous?
Yeah, he didn't do anything on his turn. Most of them haven't really attacked you. The only one that really attacked you so far was Brost and One Reaper. The other two guys didn't really attack you.
Okay.
They just kind of like look nervous and like they don't want to do
Did he
this.
fuck you up? You fucked up?
He's a little hurt. Sorin's turn.
So, responding back to the ogre, what was the Bloodmist guy's name?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
He's like
The one in the woods, Lord Craven.
Lord Craven. So Sorin will look up to him and
6
say-
seconds. You have a free action to talk for 6 seconds.
Yeah. So Sorin will look up to him and will say, like I said, Lord Craven is my friend. I am Lord Sorin, and this is not a trap for us. And he's going to look over to Ser Brost. He's going to say, this is a trap for you. And then he'll mind Silver and Brost.
Okay, do your thing. Roll deception, and again, your DC. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Who's he lying to?
But you don't know what.
You don't know the alliance between CLAD and.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's gonna be hard to convince him with that.
So the way that I thought about it in my head, is, you ever go to prison? You know what I mean? It's
I've been in prison.
Well, you know, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
If you crit, you do deception. If you crit, you not crit. Let's give you a DC.
I'm just gonna roll it.
I'm gonna give you a DC first.
I rolled a
21.
I rolled a 7.
You failed.
You have points.
Whatever.
No.
Nah, I know before.
Yes, you failed.
Dude.
Even if I did, the last ones that I had were 2 5s. So he's my friend my name is Lord Sorin. Maybe they heard that, maybe they didn't. And I will mind sliver on Ser Brost.
Well, what do I have to roll save?
Yeah.
Is that cantrip?
Don't I have to roll a minus penalty on something?
Yeah, all your attacks and ability checks.
Okay. Well, this is for what? This is.
So that ability check would have been a -4. Oh my! You have to roll a d4, but you failed anyway. It doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Well.
Is this an attack?
Yeah.
You have to roll an attack, a spell
No.
attack. Then it doesn't.
No, this is why you have an int save of 15. So roll that first.
15 what?
Int.
Fail.
Okay. So you take 2d6 psychic damage. And
You dead?
Almost definitely. Go ahead.
and
Roll your damage.
and subtract a d4 from the next saving throw you make before the end of my next turn.
Roll your damage.
Okay.
He needs to roll really bad.
3.
Describe it.
What?
He had 3 HP.
So yeah, Sword just kind of goes no. And when he does that, that indentation dent from his skull collapses in like a
Scar Witch.
yeah, and you can see, and he just kind of drops.
When that
You know
happens,
what? I think that's pretty cool saying after what I just said.
when that happens, Doomfist and Edrin and One Reaper, they're like in shock that Ser Brost is dead. Like, oh my god, I can't believe this wasn't supposed to happen like this. Like you could see it, and even One Reaper uses his reaction to say, he goes, "Fuck."
Who said that?
I
Reaper.
feel like
He goes,
instead of, I feel like
No, who
instead
said it wasn't supposed to happen like this?
I almost feel like instead
That
of,
was just their expressions. Like, what?
I feel like rather than deception, it should have been intimidation.
We can say Edrin said, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. Vekni. Yeah, Brost is dead.
And after she
Not very
sees,
honorable, are you?
after she says, or after she sees his head pop, she's gonna look back and forth between Doomfist and One Reaper and goes, "You sure you want this fight?"
Doomfist says, "I have no choice." Clays.
You're in initiative, talking out of turn.
You're right.
So Vekni will take one step closer to Doomfist, and she'll just, as she takes her step, it's like kind of like menacingly. She just shakes her head and just whoosh against him. 2 hits with her whip.
You have full health, right?
No, she's almost dead.
I'm fucked up.
Oh.
I'm not staying close to him. I'm running behind
Alright,
him.
roll your trigger. What are you saying?
One definitely missed. 13.
Missed.
And a 20, not crit.
Hit.
4 plus 6, 10. Who's that? 11, 18. And then Vekni. That was 1, so she was 1, 2, 3, 4. And she will again return back to back with Miklian.
Where is she? Don't you provoke an opportunity attack?
No, I was 10 feet away.
Oh, the what? Yep. Oh, so Sorin's gonna get fucked up. That is what's gonna happen.
I can't take hits. Okay, I get it.
So yes,
Me fucking neither.
Gosh, shit.
Let the wizard get it, guys. He'll tank.
5, 10,
We're taking the last like
20.
fucking 3 sessions.
So he's behind Sorin, so he's gonna get advantage.
I can reaction turn around.
Yeah, but then the other guy's
Okay.
gonna have your flank.
Okay. He's gonna try to attack you. You're gonna use your action to turn around.
Use your action to back.
I did it last time. I'm gonna do it this time.
So so he's not gonna have advantage.
Yeah. I don't know that these guys are going to, fucking.
He's gonna try to punch. Just punch you. He doesn't have a weapon or anything. He's just gonna try to punch you.
AC is 16.
That is a 10. Second attack. 13.
Yes. Third attack.
He's gonna use one key.
Oh, he's a straight up monk.
Motherfucker.
And he's gonna flurry of blows.
2 more attacks.
It's a bonus attack. Yeah.
First one. 22.
That's
Second one.
Yeah.
8. So he hit you with 1. Do you get proficiency attack? You do. So
yes, you do.
It's all unarmed strikes.
I can stunning strike, right?
Yep.
He's gonna expend a key for that as well. So the damage
You roll
is
a DC.
gonna be 5 bludgeoning,
Oh, you're good.
and he's stunning strike. So I have to wait. What's the
His
DC?
is
It's gonna be based off what, his wisdom.
wisdom.
So I have 16 wisdom. So what's that gonna be?
I have advantage on wisdom saving throws because of my bracers.
Oh, and Ser Brost spell's over because he's dead.
Okay.
It was a concentration spell.
So
DC is 12.
I think it
My
might be
stunning strike.
11 plus 2.
Constitution save.
I rolled a 9.
So you are stunned until the end of his next turn. Now it's one Reaper. He's gonna attack Sorin from behind with that
man.
that pole.
Come on, man.
That's a miss.
Okay.
With advantage?
Advantage? Oh,
Thanks, Dick.
you're right. That's a hit.
Thanks.
What's your AC? 16?
16, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You're stunned and flanked.
Second attack. The high is a 19,
That'll hit.
Do you have a potion on you that I could show you?
and that's a 12. So 2 hits.
Okay.
So
There's no more.
8 plus 6. 14 slashing. And now the orcs. Do we want to do separate rolls or all roll once? Because they're gonna be shooting at Miklian. He's in front.
Separate.
Separate rolls. All right. All right. So first 2. 24 and 18.
One hit.
Next 2. 25 is the only one's gonna hit. What's his AC?
21.
So we have 2 hits, 3 hits, 5 hits. So the damage. 6 plus 3.
Are they hand crossbows or
Yeah.
heavy crossbow?
No, they're small crossbows.
They're just D6s.
Oh, 3 6s.
Nice.
12, 18, 20, 22 plus 37 damage. Piercing. the ogre, he goes, oof, and he pushes the boulder in front of him. And he's going to push it in a straight line. Let's see. Let's see, where would he aim it? Let's say you'd aim it this way.
Yes!
Wasn't
He's
me.
dead.
Wasn't me. How did it curve like that?
You guys would have to roll both dex saves.
You put a fucking curveball on a...
He
Doing like this.
Is Sorin part of you guys?
No.
No. And then he's going to use his movement to move behind this boulder.
Oh, I guess the little red dot is a boulder?
Yeah, the little red dots are boulders.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. He's be rolling.
What is it,
boulders
DC 10?
out, So.
Yeah, this is dex save of 10.
Both safe.
10 and 11.
Right, so you guys don't get hit.
Miklian
Come on, Miklian.
will look up at these guys on the cliff, and he says, you wait your turn. And he runs up behind Doomfist,
Okay.
and he starts poking him with the javelin.
Alright.
So he's behind him, so he is flanking.
Did Doomfist use his reaction yet? No.
Well,
Yeah?
he has
No,
also me on the other side, even though I'm stunned. I'm still there.
That's true.
It's flanking anyway, yeah, so, yeah, whatever. He'll just, he's not going to use a reaction. Good thinking.
29.
Yeah, that hits him.
And then another one.
Plus 10.
You sure you want to use one
Does he
for
look
attacks?
hurt?
He looks hurt, not like on the brink of death. He looks hurt.
Oh, 6 plus 6 plus 8.
How much total?
12, 25.
Describe it.
He just runs up behind him and skewers him straight through his chest out his mouth.
Cool.
Doomfist is dead.
Blood spurts on Sorin. but he's stunned, so nothing.
He's just like...
And
Is that Miklian's whole turn?
no. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, he definitely has movement to get there. And then he looks at him, and he just... You see this bloodlust in his eyes.
I can get him with that.
Stop it. Soaking. We need a fucking mob.
Soaking wet cheese.
$16.
Miss.
19.
Hit.
Three, 4, 10, 15 total. Can you get flanking with ranged weapons?
No.
Okay. Alright, so that's...
Can you imagine getting flanking from ranged weapons?
That would be really OP.
Yeah, and then you have sharpshooter.
Yeah, it's not... Yeah, you
So he notices that Sorin can't move and he's fucked up, and he'll step between him and...
To protect them?
Yeah. After Vekni watches Miklian shank this bitch and fuck him up, she's going to run. 1, 2,
With a little bit of the gimp.
3.
Because she's...
She slips. She uses shape water on her vagina. No, she 1, 2, 3, and
Can you imagine?
she will come up behind Miklian as he's standing at the ready, and she will leapfrog over him, kicking one Reaper in the face from in front. So that's first attack as a kick.
Sure.
18.
Miss.
Ooh. So she flies past him, and then she gets behind him.
You get your advantage.
And
He's gonna use his reaction to turn. Oh no, he's not. He's flanked.
yeah, 24.
Hit.
And then 1, 8, 13,
Miss.
18.
Miss.
No, that's the damage.
Oh, 18.
Yeah, he already hit it. He's rolling
Yeah.
damage. Can use shape water to the child.
Oops.
And then bonus action, she'll swing with her fist.
Okay.
Crit 20. But
All
it's not imbued with magic, of course. So that's 6 plus 5, that's 11, plus another 6.
So how much total damage?
17.
Okay. He looks pretty hurt.
Can I use my free action to speak to the guy on the steps?
Yes.
As she's hits this guy, she'll turn and be like, what is she gonna say? She's gonna be like, and she'll turn to be like, you don't want this.
He's just like seems like frozen.
Yeah.
But he hasn't fought. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't attacked you guys.
That's why she's trying to keep him out of it.
So one Reaper has this multi-joint polearm, and he spins it, and he makes an attack that actually hits both you and Miklian. That's how it's. It's just he rolls one attack for it for the first attack. 8 plus 13.
Both misses both.
Next, does he have anyone flanked or anything? No, right? No. Second attack. Lower. Last attack. 16? Does it hit either of you? He missed all,
My AC's 20, his is 21.
so he missed all 3 attacks. The orcs are going to fire at who's closest. Sorin. Do you want me to roll individually? Probably.
Yes.
Because they all hit, you just die. You would just die.
Yes.
So
But if they don't miss, even if one hits me, I'm probably gonna go down right now.
I don't know where HP is. Alright, so we'll literally just do one at a time. So first one.
Well, they would all
10?
shoot at the same time.
Yeah, but I'm not rolling. If I roll them all at the same time, and they all hit, he's dead.
No, I understand.
No,
that.
they all just missed at one time. So.
Yeah, that's what
You
it says.
said no.
I don't like him.
Second one. 22.
That hits.
8.
Misses.
No, 8.
Oh, damage.
Piercing.
Oh, I'm down.
Okay. So now they would they would probably shoot the next person, which would be Miklian. Well, third orc attacking Miklian.
Sure. 21.
Crit fail.
3.
Hey, doesn't
3. He falls prone. We can say he falls. We can say he falls down off the cliff. So it would be the fourth orc, the black one next to him. Yeah, that one. That one. Yep. Yep. And it's a 45-foot drop. So we'll roll the 4d6. 3, 9, 11. He takes 17 damage.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, he's dead. He falls and he breaks his neck. He's dead.
Cool.
So he's gone.
I'm pulling a bow out.
Pull him off. He's dead.
Miklian somehow takes out this entire party.
Next orc shoots at Miklian.
I might ask to bang.
22. 22 hits, right?
Yeah, of course.
6 piercing. Next orc. This. He takes another 8 piercing. Oof.
How do you go from 37 to 8?
That 37 was
He looks-
that was all them hitting.
He looks very hurt.
The ogre, he's gonna shove that boulder at. It's only gonna hit Miklian, so he's got to do a 10 dex save.
8 plus 3.
So he passes. He's gonna jump over to this next. Over to this next boulder here. This one's got. Edgerin is actually gonna pull out his crossbow, and he's gonna say, "I'm sorry, Ser Brost. I should have joined the fight sooner. I'm so sorry." And he's gonna fire at Miklian.
So he's getting involved, huh?
He's getting involved.
Can I shoot Vekni? She's right there.
Where?
She's closer.
What? Shoot Vekni.
I can catch you.
Yeah, no, okay.
That is a 16.
You don't need key for that, do you?
Missed.
All right. He's
You
gonna
need to throw it back.
use his bonus action to load the crossbow for a second shot. 22.
That hits.
Okay, so how does that read? You don't need
12
for it,
damage?
but I think you need key to throw it back.
I will. Yeah, I can deflect missile. You can use your reaction to deflect or catch a missile when you're hit by a ranged weapon attack. When you do,
He doesn't
so,
need key if he doesn't throw it back.
Yeah, the damage you take
Alright.
is
So you quant it.
reduced by 1d10 plus 11.
So you take no damage.
I can't take damage from that.
Okay.
Okay, so she just turns and catches it, and she goes, "I'll use my reaction." Well, that is my reaction. She goes, "I told you didn't want this fight." She catches it like right in front of her face.
Miklian.
Intimidation check.
Wet panty check. Miklian is just gonna attack whatever in front of him. And he's flanked.
Okay. Which one? He's attacking one Reaper, right?
Yeah, one Reaper. 23.
Hit.
Two, 7, 14, 19.
Okay.
$27. And a crit one. Thank God.
27 hits him.
Give a +10.
Yeah, he's strong.
Then
Powerful.
I had advantage because look, I got a crit one. 2, 6, 11, 16.
Describe it.
He comes like he comes first in the gut, and as the guy keels over like this, his armor lifts off his shirt, and Miklian notices that, and he just goes burying the javelin into his throat. And then Miklian will he's gonna look at Vekni and smile as like blood dripping down his face, and she returns the smile, and then he'll turn and face these orcs.
Death save.
Yeah.
So what I roll D20, right?
D20. Unmodified. 10 plus is a pass, below 10 is a fail. Pass. You
Nice.
Pass.
Vekni will use half her motion to movement to pull out her longbow. Bonus action Kensai shot,
Okay.
and she will peek out from behind Miklian.
Which one you shooting at?
This guy. It adds a d4.
Yeah. He has no cover at that distance. He's 25 feet up. I'd say he has no cover.
Longbow is 150, 600.
I would say if you're trying to shoot at the guys that are really high up from there, they probably would have half cover. But that guy does not have any cover. Yeah, I mean...
one attack is a crit 20, and the other is probably a miss. It is
roll your damage. It's a lot.
17.
Describe.
17 is the total damage. I didn't have to roll, so he's dead. Just an arrow straight through his larynx into the wall behind him. And the other one will take the 16.
As a reaction, good boy goes, "Oof! Should have let them kill you, you fucking dumbass."
Shouldn't have let them kill you?
He's talking to the orc that you just killed.
Oh, that's not good. 5 plus 5. 10 piercing to this guy.
Okay. The orcs are all gonna fire. Let's see, who is in front? Be your boy?
Yeah.
You want me to roll at once, or you want me to...
Individual.
How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. So, first 4. Roll. 17, 14, 23,
Yep.
12. One hit.
One hit.
So 8. Two more. The 2 more of them attack. Both miss.
So it's 8 total?
Yep. And that guy rolls the boulder.
Sure.
And he's able to hit both of you guys with the way you're lined up. So dex save of 10.
That's safe.
Both of you.
Is it Tygo? Vekni got a 2.
Tie goes to you.
So that's 10. So I got plus 8 for a dex save. Vekni rolled a 2 and Miklian rolled a 16.
He moves over here. Edrin's gonna fire 2 more shots at, I guess, Vekni's back.
Okay.
Uh, 23.
Yep. Can I catch it?
You have reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you trying to catch?
Well, the missile he shot at.
Second attack. He uses bonus action to reload it.
Yep.
Fires again. 22.
Yep. So one of them hits. Well, roll damage for both. Because I can reduce. So if you roll, what's what's max damage you can do? 6 plus
12.
Oh, okay. So you can't do any damage on one of them.
So the second one does 6.
Okay.
Piercing. You're down, aren't you? Oh no, you healed yourself.
I healed myself.
Yeah. So what's your HP at?
10. 10.
After that damage?
Miklian will...
Started this fight with 37.
Yeah, you only got hit a few times.
That was the first time I got hit in this fight. I think. Miklian...
You caught 2 arrows.
Will take a breather. He's going to stand there and take a breath. Inhale air deep into his powerful lungs. He regains 6d6 HP.
Warrior heal.
But attacks against him have disadvantage till his next turn.
Attacks, so he gets to heal and...
But you can only use that once a day, I think,
And
right?
attacks have disadvantage against him? Just heal 27 damage health.
He's strong.
Fucking A right he is. Jesus.
He's a Burning Fist! What was your mission, Joe, in this game?
To recruit the Burning Fist.
What do you think that is?
Thank God this guy's on my side.
He's going to,
He's in
again...
my book.
What waster is not...
He's going to again reach back and touch Vekni's bow and imbue it with flame.
The bow?
Wait, does it have to be melee? Nope, anyway.
You can do that.
He blink him in and out of the fucking
Vekni
Ethereal plane, yep.
is getting fed up at this Edgergen.
Edgerin. And she's going to fire her now imbued bow at him.
Alright.
And then her free action is to be like, I told you not to get involved!
He looks terrified.
16.
Hit.
17.
I know.
Damage?
Yeah. 24 to hit.
Right.
15.
Damage?
Yeah. Does he look hurt? Does he look scared?
Yeah.
Because these arrows explode with flame and radiant
He's
energy.
like, yeah, he looks scared. Alright, the orcs are going to shoot again. I guess it looks like they're all going to be shooting at Miklian again.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, apparently.
You wrote it.
What am I thinking? Alright, the first 2 attack.
I don't know. Imagine being us when we played these characters.
They all miss. Next 4? Or next 2? There's only 6 of them left, right? Yeah. All miss. Next 2.
Oh.
18 misses, right?
Yes.
They all miss. Giant ogre's gonna throw another boulder. Again, both of you. Dex save of 10. You guys ever gonna get hit by this?
Low DC. It's very low
I
DC.
mean, it's not that low.
A 12 and a...
Just
13.
move him to the next one and get rid of the one that he just threw.
Oh, and throw.
Clean.
Oh, cool.
He notices that the fire is focused on him and it's protecting Vekni.
Yeah.
So he's going to take the dodge action.
That gives a disadvantage to attackers.
Yeah.
All right. Sword.
All right, let's see what happens, kids. I failed.
Fails. All right. So 1 fail, 1 pass.
One fail, one pass.
Vekni.
Is Edgerin a young guy?
Yeah. He looks really young. I would say he looks like he's about 20 years old.
Alright,
19, 20.
Vekni's going to look at him again, and she, as a free action, she's going to yell up to him and be like, stand down! And then she'll turn and fire.
Roll persuasion. DC 18.
Persuasion plus 5. 15 plus 5.
As a reaction, he drops his crossbow to the ground.
Can we say it fell down the stairs to Miklian's feet?
On his
Fucking
turn, he picks it up.
Miklian.
Yeah, right, on his turn, he picks it up.
So then Vekni will turn and fire at this guy.
Okay. Yeah, no, he doesn't have any cover.
20.
Hit.
Look at all the dice.
You know what would be really cool? Some bad like spell slots.
It'd be really cool if you weren't dead.
Yeah.
11, 13, 17, plus
Describe it.
22. Right through the heart. He just tumbles over. Dude, all this, man, Miklian gives you such a power. We're keeping him forever. And then she'll
She's not
flip behind. She'll flip behind Miklian facing this way and shoot that guy.
Okay.
I think he was already hit.
He is already very hurt. You did 10 damage to him already.
15.
Hit.
Oh, so these guys are squishy as fuck. Oh, I'm sorry.
This
14.
is orcs. This is
14. I'm
these
sorry.
orcs.
14.
Hit.
These are the orcs, right?
There's orcs. They would have been deadly for you to have fought when you first found them in the woods. That would have been deadly.
10,
But-
12, 15, plus 5, 20.
20? Describe it.
It's just quick succession, and then she leans over, and this one just punctures him in his stomach, and he just grabs his stomach and he falls backwards and starts bleeding out.
The ogre says, "Oof, not again."
Tell you what, this ogre only has 2 more boulders.
No, he doesn't.
No, he's
He has
got
1,
one.
2,
He has a bunch.
3, 4, 5.
Oh.
The orcs are gonna
him?
back up and fall out of sight, and so is the ogre. And as the ogre falls out of sight, he goes, "Oof! Plan didn't work at all, dumbass."
So they're gone?
They're out of sight. You can't see where they went. Edgerin drops to his knees, and he goes, "Spare me, please, spare me." Sorin.
Why is he dead?
I'm saying Miklian's not going to kill the guy that's surrendering.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna have a
Roll
good.
a 9, so another dip.
Another fail. Vekni, you get to go. You get to choose. You can end priority, or you can attack him.
Attack Etrogen?
Edgerin, yeah. He's the only combatant left.
I'm gonna attack him. As I notice the orcs are gone, she's gonna run over to Sorin. I don't know if I can do anything.
You would be able to. You'd have 6 seconds to do something before he has to roll again.
Yeah, but like, can I try to stabilize him? I don't know how that
What
works.
do you have?
I have water.
If you don't have it, if you have something,
You
you,
take a
do you have a
potion.
healing kit?
I don't think so.
Take a potion.
Potion, a healing kit, anything? Otherwise, you can't. Healing kit would let you make a medicine roll.
Well, I'm gonna have to pick one of those up because I don't have.
You'd also do proficiency with it.
She's going to yell to Etrogen. Etrogen, what is it?
Edgerin.
Edrin. Edrin. She goes, "Hey, if you want to live, you need to help this man."
Tears come in his eyes. "Sorry, Ser Brost." Whoosh! He disappears, and a white mist is left in his wake, and he reappears right next to Sorin. And he has like a regular healing potion. And he puts it to Sorin's lips.
It's the first time about that.
And you gain 4 HP. And you're up.
So he Misty Step.
You used Misty Step.
So Vekni
So now what?
will. So there's three clad guys by us.
3 dead clad guys.
So she's going to
And a 4th that's surrendered.
to one Reaper and grab his weapon and start searching his person.
Alright, roll an investigation.
Let's try this plastic dice that never rolls well. It didn't roll well. 5 total.
You didn't find anything at all.
Okay.
His polearm has a 15-foot range, but requires 22 strength to wield.
Oh.
And it also does a +6 to hit.
Mm.
And its damage is a 1d10.
What's going on?
It's not magical,
I picked up his magic.
but if you want to save what it does, then that's fine.
Who's magic item?
Doom Fists? No, not Doom Fists.
No, one Reaper.
One Reaper.
What was the name of the guy that I mind slivered or whatever it was?
That was Ser Brost. He
Yeah.
was like the
I'm gonna
highest
search-
ranking of the people that you just fought.
I'm gonna search it.
Alright, roll a investigation.
I hope these orcs don't pop out while you're fucking looking at them.
17.
Roll a d100 and a d10.
Rolled a 95.
95. Okay. The gem is going to be for air.
For air.
Yeah. You found 2 items:
Okay.
a gem and a potion.
Okay.
Well, actually, you'd have to identify them, wouldn't you? So actually, give me those. But give me that back. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. You have to identify them.
Okay, I'll identify him.
Not here.
You don't need to give him back to me, though. Or I don't need to give him back to me.
Vekni
There's a gem and a potion on it.
Vekni will take Ignis back from Miklian,
Okay.
and she'll nod her head towards Ser Brost and be like, "Take his sword."
So it's a giant scimitar. Mechanically, it's not magical or anything. It mechanically just works like a greatsword.
Okay.
Vekni, I thought those people were our allies. Why'd they attack us?
I don't know. It's because he's punk. And she'll look at Edgerton.
And Sorin's gonna look at Edgerton and state because they're cowards.
He looks ashamed.
With no honor.
He looks ashamed, and tears are streaming down his face.
How do we get out of here?
Well, the whole point of this was roll persuasion. No, actually, roll intimidation.
Intimidation?
Yeah.
Vekni, while this is happening, will disarm Edgerton, take his weapons off him.
Okay, he had a crossbow and a sword.
What kind of
And a
sword?
shield. It's a regular short sword.
14 plus 1, 15.
Vekni will take that short sword.
It's very little persuasion.
Well, Lord Henry, he's been doing business with Bloodmist for a while to smuggle supplies and to fund the army.
Cocksucker.
After Vekni made that comment to Henry saying that she would fight for whoever paid the most coin, Henry decided that the two of you were not trustworthy in the long term. Henry ordered that I and Ser Brost and the others stay behind to lead you right into this Bloodmist ambush. You see, Brost planned to take the money back that he paid you guys for those bounties, and the Bloodmist would turn you guys into Forte for the bounties that are on your heads.
Did he have any more potions on him?
You don't know. Oh, you searched him. He has one more regular potion of healing on. As far as this room
You
goes,
want to rest in the goblin or in the fucking ogre orc cave?
as far as this room goes, it was meant to be an ambush. There might be other ways out. I'm not too familiar with it. This is the first time I've been here. Bloodmist picked this place.
Why can't we go out the way we came?
You can.
Opens the door.
It's not locked. It's just a stone door I just pushed in to close this off. Trap you guys inside.
Lead the way.
I'll search Doomfist.
Okay. I'm not gonna have you roll anything. He actually has nothing on him. He doesn't have any potions. He doesn't have any weapons. He's completely unarmed.
Except the monk knight, right?
He's the monk. Yeah, he's completely unarmed. He just fought you with his abilities and his own skill. You do notice in this room that there is not a door, but there's like on the far side of the room.
There is a D100 on D&D Beyond.
Near the area where that tree fell, there appears to be some kind of like a handle in the cave wall. It looks like a handle.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Learn something new every day. So there's a handle on a rock?
This is what it looks like. Just poking out.
Edgerton, have you been here before?
No, Vekni. Like I said, Bloodmist picked this location. I've never been here. I don't really know what's here. If this is their hideout, or I don't know.
So on as it was investigating that strange handle on the wall.
Is that handle?
Yeah, just
Okay, yeah. Let's do this. Ritual cast Unseen Servant. Takes 10 minutes. I'll have the Unseen Servant open the door.
do we want to stay here for 10 minutes?
It's like a door, it's like a handle in the wall.
That's what he describes it as.
It's like a handle poking out of the rock. But it looks like it's poking out like it's pretty, like it's not a naturally forming thing.
It's blatant.
Can
It's like obvious. Like you wouldn't have to even look for it. It's
I
obvious.
use boulders to bury the bodies? No.
Depends on if the
There isn't loose dirt. I don't know what your limitations are, but there's not loose dirt. It's all stone.
Never mind.
What do we need to bury the bodies for? Should we take his head? Bring back the Inez and then Inez will kill fucking Lorian? Maybe?
Is that what you
Lorian's
want?
plan? This is
You want
Henry's
Lorian
plan.
to be murdered?
This is Henry's plan. This wasn't Lorian's plan.
Well then Henry, whatever. Fuck Lorian. Is there a... No, I wanted
We
Inez
should
on
just
the
go.
front.
We should just. They already left too.
Yeah.
So it
Is
doesn't
there
matter.
was there a bounty on Ser Brost? Is these folks try the handle? Trying to be cocky in front of Vekni. And they'll go over.
Well, you're trying to roleplay Miklian? You can't roleplay Miklian.
Oh, then you do it.
You do it.
You ask him to open it.
Hey, Miklian.
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Okay. He turns the handle and he's like, and it seems like he could pull like a piece of the stone away and it reveals this like passage.
Well, we
We
might as well.
really need to find a way to rest somehow.
We might as well go through there because coming out the other way is in Forte.
And I really don't want to go back
This
to
is
quarters.
crazy. You have a level of exhaustion. I'm dead. I have 4 hit points and
Just
no
keep
spells.
going. You're Miklian. Keep going.
Oh well. There you go.
Listen, what do you want to do? Do you want to head back to Forte? Or do we move forward to these orcs that felt pretty easy?
What do you say we just walk out the door and set up camp outside of this dungeon?
Yeah, I killed these 2 on the low one, and
Why
those
can't, we
2
just,
on the
why
low
can't we just walk out the door? Walk out the front door. It's in a valley, right?
one. Back into Forte?
We don't have to go that far. An hour's walk. I'll ritual cast alarm in the woods. I say we go outside. We find somewhere in the valley.
No, I killed 3, one of them fell.
You each get 1,000 XP.
Okay. I say we head out back to the front door. Find an isolated area. I ritual cast alarm, and we try to take a long rest, because you have to long rest too.
What time of day is it?
I have no idea.
Must be damn.
So it was midday when you left Vigor Valley City. You traveled for about 3 hours. Then you got to the cutout. It was 20 minutes. 20-minute walk to the cave. Another 20 minutes. So we're gonna say we're about 4 hours after you left.
Just
So let's put you at 4:30 p.m.
So if we look down this hallway that Miklian opened, what do we see?
It is pitch black, and you have dark vision, so you see gray. You see it leads pretty far down, about 80 feet down, and it looks like there's an opening.
I also don't think that there's a reason that we go down this path when we really should be heading to Opponent's Bog.
Dude, we gotta get out of Forte. If we go back the other way, we're back in Forte. We're before the checkpoint.
The only one they want is you.
Yeah!
And we
It's kind of a big deal.
Alright. Well, we gotta find somewhere to rest somehow. Somehow, somewhere, someway, we have to do it. We cannot go down this way with me having 4 hit points
Well,
and you
listen.
having little exhaustion.
Listen,
And somehow you have in the teens hit points.
I have 10.
It's crazy.
I didn't get hit.
You did get hit.
I got hit once.
And you walk through fire, also.
Yeah.
You can't have a wizard go through a dungeon with no spells.
No spells, no line, no hit points.
Listen, just die again.
No. Oh, if you got another potion, then
If you go down, I'll just shove
alright.
it in your mouth
There
again.
you go. That's all we need then. It's just one d4 plus 4 potion.
We have Miklian.
Oh, there you go. Superman. Forgot.
Tazanki would whoop his ass.
Listen, I can ritual cast alarm. We can find somewhere and actually try to take some rest. I say outside the door. It's still a valley. We encountered nothing on the walk over here.
We can't rest anywhere near here.
At least 2 hours worth of a walk.
Back towards Forte!
Not all the way.
You're heading back to where they want to kill me.
Then right here.
Vekni's going to say, let's just go through this way. If it's bad, we can run.
Lead the way.
I'll push Etrogen in front of me.
He's like, well, I don't want to go this way. I don't know what's here.
Shut the fuck up.
Roll an intimidation. DC's 10.
Yeah.
The roll 8. Full priority.
He has no weapons.
So, okay, well, if you can't intimidate him, he's not going to listen to you.
It's a crit 1.
He's like, no, I'm not going.
Miklian steps up
To go?
to Etrogen, just does this.
No.
No, 'cause I
He
can't.
rolled real quick. He said, no, I'm not going. You can kill him if you want, but he's not going.
Oh, I'll use my inspiration.
Okay.
13 plus whatever.
He listens and he walks. He's walking down the hallway. Are you behind him?
I'll put Miklian directly behind him.
So you get to the end and you're in this this room. It's small. It looks like some kind of like abandoned hideout. It's dusty. There's spider webs all over the place. You see these like pottery and these like almost looks like somebody who doesn't know what's valuable, but likes to collect trinkets, little pots and shit, broken all over the place. And you see that there is this one, like almost like a pedestal with an urn on top of it, and there's glyphs, blue glyphs in the ground. They look old, dusty, like they've been there for a long time, just in a circle around this pedestal.
Does it look like anyone's been here in a long time?
No.
No? Did we shut the door behind us?
Let's say yes.
Does it have a
There
handle?
wasn't a door. There was like a stone piece that you move. Use the handle, you move like a piece of stone.
Were we able to like move it back?
You can.
And if we did that, would we notice that we can open it back up again or no?
If you close it all the way, you wouldn't be able to.
Mmm.
You want to close it all the way?
Does it look like this place has another exit?
No, it's just that way. It's just a small, just leading to that room. That's all it's there. There's not more. There isn't more hallways. It just leads to that room.
Mmm.
The urn itself, it's blue and gold. Again, it's dusty. It's been there for a while. At least months, if not longer.
Underneath this stone door thing, is it just more stone?
Yeah. There's no dirt. It's all stone.
What about with the walls and the ceiling?
I'm sorry. In this path, when you get into this room, this is dirt. You see dirt around.
No, but where the door was.
Stone.
Walls.
In the room with the urn and all like the trinkets, it's dirt.
Right. But where the stone door is.
That's still stone.
Yeah, the walls,
Stone.
roof,
Stone.
floor.
Stone. But dirt. If you go in and you go to where like the urn and all that shit, that's all dirt. Everything's dirt.
The room is dirt, but not the hallway?
Yep.
As they're looking through this room, Vekni's gonna pull out a bottle of liquor and start taking a couple sips. She'll hand it over to Miklian if he takes a drink or not.
He's a drinker, right?
Sure.
Yeah. He's drinking with you.
I'm going to ritual cast identify
On?
the glyphs. Start with the glyphs.
The glyphs?
Before I move to the urn.
Do that.
Do you want me to read it to you?
No.
Vekni will sit down next to the hallway and proceed to try to start to take a short rest while looking down the hallway and make sure no one's coming.
You do that.
And we'll say that we left the door halfway.
Yours is that hour, right? And your
Okay.
ritual cast is 10 minutes.
Yep.
Say the 10 minutes goes by, you identify the glyphs are magical. It's some kind of a spell, and it has a celestial origin. The urn itself has this strange golden cat face. It's like a face of like a cat. Golden, wearing like a turban.
If the item was created by a spell, you learn what the spell created it.
Okay. It's a celestial sealing spell.
Celestial what?
Sealing.
Ceiling?
Sealing. It's not a DMG spell. It's
Okay.
a,
Yeah,
it's a,
it's just something you
it's a
make.
sealing. It's a spell of sealing.
Okay.
And again, the urn itself has this golden cat face with this turban type hat on it. Not a turban. I'm sorry, like an Egyptian
Well,
headdress
After I
hat.
cast
And there are words on the urn.
After I cast identify, 11 minutes passed on the glyphs. I'll cast identify on the urn.
Right.
Separately.
So also on the urn, you see there are two separate words, and then there's a separate section of the urn that also has more words. But they're in a language that you don't know.
Okay. So when it comes to their urn though,
Yes.
what do I know about its any magic properties?
After your 10 minutes is over,
Yeah.
it is magical, and you can tell that it is a urn that is meant to contain and conceal things. Celestial origin.
Celestial origin, right? And then I guess the last thing I'll do is
So 20 minutes have passed, Kevin.
Okay.
ritual cast comprehend languages.
Okay.
That'll
10
take
minutes?
That'll take 10 minutes.
All right. Then in your 10 minutes, you can read that it is the language of Celestial,
Okay.
and it says two. It's like two separate things. It says the first thing it says is 33. It's numbers 33.
No.
The second thing it says is Shadow Knight of blank.
Did you watch the Goblins session 0?
I watched a couple. I think there was like 3 separate episodes, and I watched I think the first 2. What did it say? What? Shadows?
So the first thing said just 33. The number 33.
Yep.
The second thing said Shadow Knight of blank.
So
Knight or Knight?
K-N-I-N-G-H-T.
That's why I said Knight.
yeah, so in their one shot
Shadow Knight of
Blank.
blank. So in their one shot, blank was like the end all be all. Like I forget the exact details, but like
How do you remember their one shot, but you don't remember your backstory?
I remember my backstory. There was just things about my backstory that Dan hasn't filled me in on. My Sorin is the master of spells from Ferelden, and he wants to get all of the Burning Fist members to willingly like join up with him because his mother said so, and that's all he knows.
Vest knows a little more, but you were asleep.
He is like the end all be all. Blank. You don't know who blank is. Nobody knows who blank is. It's just blank.
This
blank
room.
is blank.
Ooh.
I mean, if it's worse than the last room.
Ooh. As you put your hand on the door, you each have to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Kablamo! Oh, crit 20.
10. Don, you take 1 point of psychic damage.
Oh, you're mildly inconvenienced.
Well, he's already hurt, really hurt.
That was a mild inconvenience.
So your vision blurs, and now you see that battlefield again. Corpses litter the ground. You see the last of the mysterious beings, Shadow Knights, as he called them, fall to the ground dead. Temagorgo speaks. These demons were unrealistically, impossibly strong, but they are defeated, and all that is left is Blank himself. And Blank answers, I make and unmake at my pleasure. Congratulations at your victory, short-lived as it may be. The being raises one hand, and all of its minions, its Shadow Knights, are engulfed in a pink aura. You see their many wounds are repaired, and in a few short seconds, they stand once again. The figure steps forward. I will show you while opposing me is futile. The figure takes on the gods and demon lords by himself. They are utterly outmatched by their faceless opponent. The allied beings are covered in wounds as the faceless figure spins his trident that he pulls from his robes with incredible skill, speed, and power. Effortlessly, he tosses the allied beings about the battlefield with subtle hand motions using psychic power. Blood and gore fly through the air with incredible force and slam together with an intense pressure. The battlefield is covered by this thick ooze, this thick goo of blood and plasma and just everything from the demon lords and the celestials mixing together. The ground itself cracks apart and tears. The terrain itself is smoking where this liquid, this concoction falls. Some of the gel-like ooze sprays into the open portal to the material plane that was behind the celestial army at the beginning of these visions. The faceless figure notices the portal and the spray of liquid from what he's doing to all these allied creatures flying through it. He looks to it, lifts a hand, and the portal closes in an instant. Your vision ends.
I don't like this guy.
Who closed the portal?
Blank.
Blank closed the portal to the material plane.
Yep.
It must not have been a 3rd level demon portal.
Must not have been.
He's not a. He's someone that like even like gods and demons fear or something. Like I can't
So is
quite
this
remember.
glyph saying that this blank is sealed here?
No, but this is a shadow of a knight of blank. So it's either someone that blank.
Does Sorin know the things you're saying?
No, Sorin
Okay.
does not know the things that I'm saying. So it seems like that the urn is celestial and it's trapping whatever this is inside. And not for good reasons.
But Sorin would not know that.
Sorin would not know that. However, I did cast Identify on the glyphs, and I did cast Identify on the urns, and I also comprehend languages. So,
We're 33 minutes in.
should tell me as much as possible.
I told you everything that you would know from those spells.
Alright. So if that's the case, nothing told me that I can't grab the urn and pull it out of the glyph. But the glyph doesn't say anything about keeping it here, correct?
It's not words, it's symbols.
Is there a,
If there aren't the glyphs aren't words, just symbols. The words were on the urn.
is there any, like, braziers or fire pits in this area?
No.
I will use a ritual cast again.
Okay.
Cast alarm.
Oh, no, I'm good with it. Keep doing the time thing, because I needed rest.
Yeah. I'll ritual cast.
The urn does have a very distinct and clear, like top to it that looks like it can be removed.
I'm sure it does. Sure it does.
Ritual cast alarm. How long does that take?
11 minutes.
Right, 11 minutes go by. So now we're over 30 minutes into that short rest.
We're at 44.
So there are 30 minutes left before he wakes up.
You've heard nothing.
Not so good.
You've seen nothing.
Okay. So
And you also feel pretty
Al-
concealed where you are.
So
really.
alarm has a 30-foot range around me.
Okay.
It lasts for 8 hours. And I will take a long rest. And then
No rolls. You're in a safe place.
And then how many? You got 20 minutes.
You're
sleep?
very.
Are you taking a
you're
long rest
concealed.
or a short
long
rest?
rest. I am falling asleep.
You're concealed.
Oh, wait, I can't take a short rest. I would have started my long
That's
rest.
right. You can't. I wasn't thinking that you already took one.
Yeah, neither.
So I know-
I would have
You're
You're in a
started
safe. You're in a safe area.
I know all of this information.
insight.
I have an alarm.
On me.
Yes.
I have an alarm.
Yes, Dan, on you.
I have an
Low
alarm.
priority.
Oh, fuck that.
And I take a long rest.
Alright, I'll take. I would have begun my long rest earlier.
What about Edrin?
Miklian will watch him. Vekni will ask him to keep an eye on him. He doesn't need a rest. He's pretty beefy.
I have no rolls for you guys. 4 hours go by and Vekni's rest is over.
Thank
Nothing happened.
Right.
You got your level of exhaustion's gone, and you did get your stats and stuff back. You gonna do anything, or you want to wait for Sorin to get up? You haven't heard anything. Nothing is fucked around with the entrance to the cave, the little tunnel you're in, or anything.
What is Edrigen doing?
He's just been sitting. He's been quiet, and he looks quite distraught, almost like he's mourning.
So she wakes up, and she looks at Miklian, who's, I guess, standing guard.
Yeah.
She'll stand up and peck him on his cheek.
He smiles warmly at you.
And she
He
goes,
looks at you and he says, "Oh, how I've missed you, my love.
you know, I still am confused as how you are here.
So am I."
And that...
Keep in mind, he has not rested, so he still has whatever damage was on him is still on him.
She goes, why don't you take your rest? a short rest.
I don't think NPCs can take short rests.
Oh, okay. She'll suggest that he take a rest and she'll watch.
He lays down and gets comfortable and goes to sleep.
And she just sits there staring at Edrigen.
Edrin feels your eyes on him, but he won't meet your gaze. He looks ashamed and like he's mourning and embarrassed, and he's just distraught. He does not look like a man that is in good spirits. He whispers to you, "What are you going to do with me?"
That depends on you.
What do you mean? I failed my lord. I failed Ser Brost, who I've always looked up to him. I always wanted to be like him one day. He died because of me, because I didn't join the fight early enough.
You would not have saved him.
I should have done more,
There was nothing you could do.
perhaps.
This man here, and she points to Miklian, there was no way Brost would have stopped him.
Brost didn't expect for a man like that to have been there. If it wasn't for him, you and your friend would have perished.
She snickers and goes, "Oh no, we would have definitely been dead."
He left.
I just don't understand. We did so much for Prince Loren and they still wanted us dead.
Yes, well, Lord Henry isn't a sentimental man. Everything he thinks of is tactical.
You know we have to kill him.
Who's we? No. Without Lord Henry, Prince Loren will never be placed on the throne.
How so?
He's the tactical genius of CLAD.
If
Everything
he's a
that we are is
tactical
because
genius,
of Lord Henry.
how did he get locked up?
It's unlucky.
And we're the ones that saved him and he still tried to kill us.
Yes, he has
So how
no...
honorable do you think that man is?
Yes, Lord Henry isn't about honor. He's about results. He will do anything to put Lorien on the throne. He would do anything. And he felt like you, Vekni, were a liability. And he thought that you had to be put down. With the knowledge you had of CLAD, he didn't trust you to keep on breathing. It wasn't really Sorin so much. In fact, Lord Henry quite liked Sorin. But you, Vekni, he didn't trust, and he felt like you had to be killed.
Well, I guess it was his failure.
And Ser Brost is dead because of it. I don't even know what we can do without Ser Brost.
Well, perhaps you can recover his body and someone can bring him back.
Do what? Resurrect him? There's no mages within CLAD. We don't have the capability.
Queen's Grace has many mages.
I didn't think of that. Do you think perhaps Inez would lend some magic to bring Brost back?
No, that depends. I don't know if... I don't know. I don't know who Inez would side with on this.
I don't know her. I've never met her.
I've met her a few times. And I don't know what her opinion of what happened here.
I don't either. I'm sure Lord Henry knows.
Fuck Lord Henry.
No. Lord Henry has the good of the kingdom in his mind. What he did, he thought was right. Even though almost all of us disagreed. They didn't even tell the prince what the plan was.
Well, I wonder what Prince Lorien will say when we show up with Ser Brost's head.
You wouldn't.
Why not? He tried to kill me.
Ser Brost has been Lorien's protector since his father was killed.
And it was Henry's fault that he died.
Yes.
So
you would terrorize the young prince with the head of his protector?
well, maybe it was Lord Henry that caused his death. Perhaps he should know.
Vekni, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Prince Lorien is faint of heart. He would never have agreed to having you killed. If he was to find out, he'd be quite mad at Henry.
Was that is the whole point of bringing Brost's head, because it is on Henry?
Oh, please don't do that.
Doomfist?
That's not as bad.
One Reaper?
That's not as bad. He didn't like One Reaper, actually, so that's fine.
Your head?
His eyes go wide. I thought you were going to spare me.
Yeah, for now.
I surrendered.
Well,
You-
as
you-
your Lord Henry says that I have no honor.
You did tell him that whoever paid you the most gold is who you'd be loyal to.
Well, I'm definitely not loyal to CLAD now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, whoa, yeah, because I'm going to be loyal to someone that wanted me dead.
I don't blame you. But I want you to know, Vekni, that all the people of CLAD that were in on this, which were a few, opposed it. It was Lord Henry's order. Ser Brost, myself, Doomfist especially, were all against this. Doomfist was very upset at this. I saw him. I saw him throw up at the thought of betraying you.
Was he still dead?
He did it. He did his duty.
You know, he's a very strange character.
No longer.
Maybe this is his own doing.
I'll mourn him, as I'll mourn Ser Brost.
Ser Brost was a good man
He really was.
until he tried to kill me.
Ser Brost does his duty.
Perhaps Lord Henry is a detriment to King Prince Lorien.
I don't believe that.
Well, what good has he done?
Prince Lorien has been alive all these years and free.
How was he free? He was hiding in a sewer.
Yes, and the whole time, Vigor wanted him in captivity like Princess Tyraz.
But Lord Henry could not even think of an idea to unite him with Ignis. That is like simple, it's like it's in your whole backstory that the Dovahs marry into the Lorians. How did he not figure that out? I am not from here and I figured that out.
Maybe we should have been quicker to go to Queen's Grace, but Lord Henry felt like we could do some good in the city, gain some allies. Didn't work out that way.
Yeah, I don't think 80 men is enough to start an uprising.
No, we really struggled to gain allies. It was very difficult. We put those posters everywhere, and it didn't seem like it really made any difference.
Well,
So
I mean-
Winzelot was the only real recruit that we made.
Yeah, but is he any good?
He's strong. He's young, though. He has much to learn. He wasn't as powerful as Ser Brost, who you killed.
Well, I did not get it.
Oh. Who killed him? Sorin? Well, who Sorin killed? Ser Brost was one of the best warriors in CLAD.
Wasn't your right foot? Your right foot.
Yes.
He was one of your best.
The only one stronger than him was Zaros.
Big gladiator that said that he wanted to die defending the king.
Yep, he fought over Wacer.
I did like Ser Brost.
He liked you, actually.
Oh well, what's done is done.
That's unfortunate. But like you said, perhaps we can bring him back.
But you're gonna have to carry him.
I'm not strong enough to carry him. Did you see
So
how
he
big he
stays
is?
here.
To rot? Whatever you want.
Come on, you're not strong enough. You're a young, strapping lad.
He doesn't look like especially big or strong. Well, young and fierce, but not strong. Picture like the physique of perhaps one of the island boys.
God.
Oh, okay, so he's just a string bean.
Yeah,
There's nothing fierce about that.
he's a fierce. His face was fierce. It was, but he looked terrified. He looked terrified and shamed, and he did not want to do that battle. He didn't. You could tell he's not lying to you. He did not want to do that. But he was ordered to do it.
Was there's much to be said to a man's morals.
Yes.
If you oppose an order, it is within your moral right to deny it.
Perhaps, but I've
Look
always
what
looked
you
up to
could've-
Ser Brost.
Look what you could have saved.
Well, 3 of our best are dead. Yes.
And that's on you.
Where do we go from here?
I haven't decided yet. Why don't you take a rest too?
Yeah, he was hurt.
Vekni fuck him up.
Okay, Vekni.
And
I'll do as you say.
Vekni will sip her whiskey and eat a ration.
So the next 4 hours go by. Sora gets up.
I learned 2 more spells leveling up.
Oh, that's right. You're level 6.
I think
How much HP do you have?
I'm at 44 now from 37.
Nice. 7 HP.
In my abyssal spell book that I have,
Yeah.
I'm gonna write down those spells and take some time and spend some money.
Gold?
Yeah,
You're writing spells into the Abyssal book?
well, both. So I'm gonna use the abyssal spell book as my backup,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna there's spells that are in it that I don't know, like Thunderwave and what were some of the other ones? Hold on a second.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I wrote it.
That was weeks ago.
I know I wrote it all down. So it has Firebolt, the Steel Cursor, Thunderwave, Disguise Self, Melf's Acid Arrow, Hold Person, summon lesser demon. Must speak in abyssal when using spells. So I'm gonna learn hold person. 2 hours and 150 gold. I think it's an hour for every level or something like that, and then 50 gold for every level.
Like me, we'll wait for Miklian to wake up.
It would be another 4 hours.
She'll hand one of her rations to his farm.
I could do Mel's acid arrow too if we want to take 2 more hours.
That would that would bring Miklian back to fully rested.
And I can learn 4 spells this turn.
Sure, why not?
So I'll do that too. And then 2 more hours, another 150 gold, 300 total gold in 4 hours total.
While he's doing his
Probably
spell,
bonus block.
Vekni's gonna say, where do we go next?
So I learned for this level up, counterspell and dispel magic.
Okay.
And then for my copied spells, I learned hold person and Melf's acid arrow. So 4 spells this level up.
Can you identify Miklian's shield?
I can, and I also want to identify the 2 items that I got.
30 minutes to do each one?
10 minutes each one. Fire breath is cool shit for my character. Uses bonus action. I never use bonus actions.
Yeah.
An elemental gem.
It's the arrow. You get the arrow element. The shield is a plus. Instead of giving you 2 AC like a shield normally does, the shield, as I said, is large. It's got this golden crown in the front of it. It's very, very fancy, very, very nice looking, and it gives you 3 AC instead of 2. So it's like a +1 shield, basically. But it is magical, so it requires attunement.
22 AC.
So it's a little worse than just a +1 shield.
And he'll attempt to it.
Miklian will?
I can't use it.
Yeah, sure.
And Ser Brost's sword is not magical?
No, it's just great. It's mechanically a great sword, but it looks like a giant scimitar.
Okay.
Potion of fire breath has 3 charges. Elemental gem. That's cool shit.
You got.
I can
You rolled a 95.
I can summon an air because dance at air. I can. You're not gonna make me roll a d4 to see which one I get. You're gonna
Does it
choose
say
one.
to do that?
No, I get to choose.
You don't get to choose. You got the arrow.
Yeah, because you told me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me roll a d4 to see. You're just gonna pick it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You got the arrow. Well, that's what he had.
Alright. That's cool.
That makes sense.
That's cool.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
It makes
everybody-
Are you
sense.
not happy?
No, I'm happy.
Okay.
Air elementals are cool. Let me look up what they do.
I actually have a model for it too.
Wait, once?
After the session, I'll grab the arrow elemental model I have and give it to you.
So this gem contains a mote of elemental energy. When you use an action to break the gem, an elemental is summoned as if you had cast the conjure elemental spell. The gem's magic is lost. The type of gem determines the elemental summoned by the spell.
Is it, we can assume that it's late at night now?
Oh, how many hours has it been?
It's gotta be after midnight because you said we were here.
Yeah, it's gotta
around
be the
4.
next day.
Yeah.
So the air elemental has armor class of 15 with 90 HP. It has 0 speed but 90 fly speed. Damage resistance to lightning, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing,
And how long does it
slashing.
last?
I'd have to look up what the actual thing is.
After you use that as a gun, or what does it have charges, or I don't even remember.
So it says that
It's only an uncommon level.
it's summoned as if I use the conjure elemental spell. So
Okay.
I have to look up.
Oh,
conjure
okay, so that means it's only there until it's over.
Yeah, but I don't have to concentrate on it, which is why it's powerful.
That's
So
nice.
I just break it and then I have it and I can do whatever I want. The elemental can enter a hostile creature's space and stop there. So they're cool for flanking. They can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide. It has 2 slam attacks. It has 2 slam attacks and has a whirlwind, which is a recharge and a 1d6, 4 to 6. Each creature in an elemental space must make a DC 13 strength save throw. On a fail, it takes 15 bludgeoning damage and is flung 20 feet up away from the elemental in a random direction and knocked prone. If a thrown creature strikes an object, such as a wall or floor, it takes 3 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet it was thrown. But fucking potion of fire breath though? Fucking
I didn't really read it.
sick.
It's good.
Sick. Yeah. So after drinking this potion, you can use a bonus action to exhale fire at a target within 30 feet of you, which is perfect for my character because I can enter this bonus action. The target must succeed a DC 13 Dex save, take 4d6 fire on a failed or half as much on a successful one. The effect ends after you exhale fire 3 times, or when 1 hour has passed.
Oh, so you drink it, you have 3 charges.
Yeah, 3 charges for an hour. The potion arranged liquid flickers and smoke fills the top of the container and wafts out whenever it is opened.
So if you're planning to do like a difficult battle, you could drink the potion, summon your elemental, and get ready to fucking rock out.
Yeah.
Let's go fight Karaganda.
Let's go do it.
Karaganda is someone we should make friends with right now.
Fuck it.
Turn in the whole fucking warring clan.
They're already gone.
Drop out fucking Lord Henry.
Fuck. Yeah, fuck that
Well, Lord Henry never did anything to you.
guy.
Do we take this urn? What do you guys do with the urn?
I don't touch it.
You didn't touch it.
Alright, well I guess I'll take the urn.
So you grab the handle of the urn and you try to move it from the pedestal, and it won't move.
It's sealed with glyph. A glyph of sealing. Can't move it.
But again, it has a top on it. Looks like you can probably manipulate the top.
Don't do it!
Sorin
I cast
does not know anything
I
about
cast
blank.
invisibility on myself and popped it up.
You don't know anything about blank.
I don't know anything about blank. I don't know anything about blank. My character does not know anything about blank. So let me ask you this. Can I discern whether or not that what is in here is evil in nature?
From your identify spell,
Yeah.
I would say that your identity spell wouldn't tell you what's in there, it just tells you about the urn. And it is not evil at all.
The urn is not. The urn is celestial.
Yeah, it's not evil. And in fact, it's the other way, it's godly.
Yeah.
And that, again, it's got that face. It's like a cat-like face with like an Egyptian-like headdress.
So do I know who that is after using identify?
Roll history. No, roll religion.
Religion?
DC's 10.
I have a +4 religion. 9 + 4, 13.
I don't remember if you were there for the conversation or not, but when Doomfist spoke with Vekni about his god, he spoke of Temagorgos.
He wasn't there.
Okay. Temagorgos is a god, a celestial god of divinity and holiness, and he fights demons. And he is said to have these huge angel wings and have the face of like a cat, like a tabaxi type face.
Do I fucking open this thing or what?
Would Sorin open it? Is he that curious of a kitty?
What would Sorin do?
Sorin is a very smart person. And everything he's done has been, to the best of my knowledge anyway, or at least I like to think the character is very smart.
Okay. So do you open the top? Or do you say fuck it and you just walk away? Nothing has indicated to you that this is anything evil.
So I know what are you doing?
So I'm gonna tell Vekni and Malachus, and who's the other guy with us?
Not Malachus.
Malchus isn't with you.
Malachus?
Miklian.
Miklian, sorry. Miklian, and who's the other guy that's with us?
Adrian.
He's sleeping still.
Oh.
Adrian's still asleep.
I'm gonna tell them everything I know about this. After casting Identify not only on the glyphs, but also on the thing, and who the god is that is represented on the urn.
Which was
Temagorgos.
Semigogos was the god from the Doomfist spoke about. So walk over to Adrian and kick him. What do you know of the god that Doomfist followed? Temagorgon.
It's supposed to be a good guy.
What does it say of this Temagorgon?
I tell you everything I did to him. What? I don't remember either.
What did it say about Temagorgon?
that it is a celestial god, a lesser god, and he fights demons.
Okay.
He tries to protect the mortal realm. And that he is the face of it's like a cat-like face. He almost looks like a tabaxi.
All,
And he has giant angel wings.
All signs point to that this urn is keeping something inside of it. And that the urn is good in nature.
So then
And that the glyphs are good in nature.
Plus then you probably would assume that what's in there is not good. Because why would you seal something good with good spells? I personally would not take the top off. Unless for you, Miklian.
You don't want to fight a demigod down here?
I mean, I prefer not.
I'm sure it won't have 13 attacks and,
64 damage per attack.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we need to get out of here.
Yeah, well, the biggest problem...
You won't do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, you're scared.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Why don't you use your invisible servant?
My unseen servant?
Could you do that?
Could do that.
It's probably safe.
I hate when he says
I
that.
can't stand him. I can't stand him.
Look, in the way it looks to me, if you're saying that this all feels good, then why would it be sealed? And I've seen the number 33 many times.
What do you mean?
We saw it.
It's a mark of a demon or something.
What, didn't we see it over at the cave outside of Queen's Grace? Roland saw a lot of 33s like him.
There was that tiefling, the flesh skin
Oh,
of the
yeah.
tiefling, who wrote 33 all over this
Wasn't
paper.
that the little boy?
Well, they're from-
Yeah.
So your character
And
knows
Lord,
something about
and
that?
Lord Weald gave you a piece of paper that had 33 written on it. That one of his spies brought back to him, and he died on his way back with that.
So your character knows something about that?
So
That thing's familiar.
yeah. I would assume that 33 is not a good thing.
It's a mystery. She doesn't know. You don't know what it is.
33 has something to do with El Sago, I believe. Right? Or is it? Yeah. This boy, and she'll tell about the flesh-colored tiefling that would write 33 and talk about Lysago.
And you did learn from Roland that Lusago is the name of his patron.
Is his patron evil?
You don't know.
Really need
Did
to
you know that when Teclis examined Roland's blade, Teclis died?
You see Teclis examining Roland's blood-red scimitar. It's exactly as you remember it, except there's something different here. There's a visage of a terrifying shadowy demon hovering over Teclis as he looks at the blade. Was this creature there when Teclis met his end? Did Roland know? The being looked aggravated as it watches Teclis trying to identify whether or not Roland's sword is cursed. The visage reaches out with a clawed hand and plunges its shadowy arm straight through Teclis' chest. Teclis' eyes grew wide, and he stumbles as he clutches at his heart. No! You could have prevented this if you had known. If Roland had said something.
So, could I dispel magic on the glyphs to move the urn?
Try it.
Because the glyphs are what's holding the urn, right? Well, don't go like this because I cast
You
identify.
cast identify,
glyphs.
yes. Yes, the glyphs are part of the magic that's holding the urn
Okay.
in place, the way it is.
Alright, well, I guess I'll try that.
So you're doing it?
What are you doing?
You can dispel magic on the glyphs to move so we can move the urn. It'd be better that the urn is.
Is this like a Mufova? What is it? Master Roshi's move? Yup!
I don't know what you're talking
Mafuba,
about.
there it is.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a mafuba. Don't open it. Well, Vekni's going to again say that there's good ceilings on it, so the only thing that could be in there is bad. So number 33 is
Yeah, tell me everything about this number 33.
That's all I know. So number 33. That's linked to Lysago, who's Roland's patron. I don't know who Lysago is. We need to find Roland, and he can answer that question. We'll just mark off on the map where we are. Where are we on the map?
You don't know where you are. You went into this cave that was
Well, I know where
in the valley leading to Vigor Valley City.
Vekni's good with maps.
Okay. You don't know where you're in the valley.
Approximately, I know where the path
So,
that led
Alright,
to the cave is.
I'm not gonna do it.
If you look in that valley leading to Vigor Valley City, you'd be on the right. In a cave somewhere. We don't know exactly where.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna walk away from this goddamn thing before I open it.
Alright, so we'll start heading out.
Okay.
When we get to the rock door thing, Vekni will peek her head out to see if the orcs returned.
I'm going to, however, in the book that I'm using for all the Burning Fist members, I'm going to write a note here of this urn, what I found, where I found it, and the words that I found on it, so I can remember it.
You can do that.
So if I ever have to recall it, or if I ever hear anything about this.
No, actually take the notes so you don't forget.
You know, if we had the goblins with us, that would have been a good find.
Probably, but
They would have just opened it. There's no way Don and Steve would not have opened it.
But depends on what
0% chance.
which stripe showed up.
Yeah, Blanket would have opened it. You think Blanket would have really let that not be opened?
Well, it's not.
Malikos would have opened it because it was Don, and Don remembers who Blank is, and Malikos would have been like, ooh, rogue stuff, boop. I can steal this. Yeah, so that leave it.
When you look outside, you don't see anything.
Let's make it quick.
What are we doing?
We're running across this. We're fought those people.
Okay, I'm gonna shut that stone door.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna cast Mold Earth on it, making the stone difficult terrain. I'm just gonna say that all I'm doing is making it difficult terrain. You do with it that you want.
Okay.
It takes.
Why don't you roll?
your movement.
Why don't you roll a Arcana? And we'll just see how effective that was.
Arcana's +7.
Okay. You were kind of vague.
I rolled a 10 + 7, 17.
17. Okay.
Vekni, after she peeks her head around, she'll grab Miklian's hand and start running across this area
Okay.
to the door.
You don't see anyone around.
She'll try to open the door.
Roll in athletics.
15 plus 1.
Yeah, the stone door moves to the side,
Oh, 15 plus 3. 18.
and you're able to get back into that cave. That path.
Alright, so we'll start making our
Are you
way.
with Edrin?
Well, I'm sure that they were following behind.
Okay.
Can I say that I stripped one of the Forte tabards off of one of the guys to give to Miklian?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd say that Brost would probably fit him the best out of those that were there.
Okay.
So do we want to head back to here, or do we want to end tonight's session on our way back to Kreen's case, or?
Well, that's what I was going to discuss with you. I think we should go to Opponent's Box, Prince Danger.
I think we should go to Opponent's Bog too. However, we also know that Prince Lorien is on his way to Kreen's case. That means Henry's probably with him too. And if we go there and Henry's there, who knows what kind of bullshit fuckery will happen.
Well, he's going to assume we're dead.
That's a good point too. However, honesty is a thing too. So who knows where he is wherever he wants to be. He's gonna be singing some fucking song about when we came into here and slaved the ogres.
They attacked us. I mean, we're not going to get in front of Henry and them, and we're not going to be able to stop them because They got the force of 80 men with them.
Alright, so do we want to go head to a pony's bog and take Miklian with us?
Yeah, I guess.
Call him a pony's
We
bog.
gotta do something with Etrigan though, because he's just a liability. Yeah. So we're gonna head to Opponent's Bog.
When you travel through that cave, you come out, and you start going towards, again, there was that Forte barricade, remember? When you get to that barricade, it's smashed. There are bodies everywhere. Forte bodies everywhere. All those wooden barricades that were set up are all broken. But there's one body that's not a Forte, that has sleigh colors.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Alright, I'll go over to the sleigh. Is he dead?
He's deceased. He's been dead for over a day.
Do we notice like footprints heading towards like an army passed through going towards
Roll
Big
survival.
Valley City?
Roll survival.
9 plus. Come on. 9 plus survival 3, 12.
So you do see a tremendous number of footsteps heading towards Figure Valley City.
Heading towards Figure Valley City?
Yeah. But don't forget, it wasn't long ago that Karaganda returned with his men.
What the fuck is Slay doing here?
That's the one sleigh corpse that you see looks familiar to you.
Yeah, let's kill him.
No.
Is it
When you were in Lorgan's Tavern,
Yeah.
and all those people left Figure Valley City when they made the distraction for you before you attacked Frank Mandarin, there was 3 slave men that were there, Lorgans. There was the Ebony Knight, Sir Adonis. There was that mage, High Elf, that was trained by Camembert,
Phoenix?
Idlewild.
Idlewild.
And there was a man with a glowing sword named Phoenix,
Yeah.
a human. That is the corpse that you see, this Phoenix.
Does he have his glowing sword?
Roll investigation.
Want me to look?
It's 17.
Roll D100. His glowing sword is not there.
No. 78.
78. You wouldn't know what this is. You'd have to identify it. It appears to be some kind of a quiver.
How long ago you said this body looks like it's been sitting for?
About a day.
About a day.
Little more than a day. How long has it been since you killed Frank Manager?
Take 2 minutes. I gotta know.
2 days? It's been about that long.
Okay. Oh, so they might have had to fight their way out. It's weird that they would have left it on the end. And there's no live people here?
Nope. All the Forte troops are dead. So if Karaganda came through with his troops, they didn't leave anyone behind.
And the rest of the troops, is there anyone else that we noticed that we recognize?
No.
No, he was in the sword.
Yeah, you saw Salvatore recently.
So are these just like the normal Forte brigands that walk around?
These are the Forte guys that were there when you came through originally.
Yeah, just the
And they're all dead.
And that's like what, 10, 15 of them?
I described it as a few dozen, so let's say it's like over 30.
So I guess the
And they're all
question
dead.
is, do we want to head back to Figure Valley City? Or
Hell no.
We're gonna head back. We're gonna go to the closest spot.
Yeah, we're gonna move. Is there any? Is there horses anywhere around?
Yeah, I was gonna say, are there any fucking horses?
No.
No. Okay.
Look.
Yep.
Look at this here.
How many spaces do you get to Lapona's Bog?
1.5 million.
Well, don't forget, you move twice as fast as you would have.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we
So
have
it's
to go back
I think it's 8
Sarah's-
spaces a day.
We have to go through Ceres's tavern.
That's where that. That's the place.
Yeah, I know, but we have to go this way.
Yeah.
To go this way, or
Or we just go.
You had horses.
Huh?
You had horses.
well, they're in Figure Valley City.
Go get them.
Nope. Not a chance.
And you were back on the plains, right south of the entrance to Figure Valley City on that overworld map of the fringe.
Vekni turns to Miklian. She goes, well, we are headed to Epona's Bog. I know that you want to see our son.
What business do you have there, Vekni? I really miss. I really want to see my son. I've been here for years. I didn't know that he was in the fringe. I'd like to see him.
One of my boys is held captive there.
I trust in your competence. Why don't you go rescue your boy, and then meet me back at Queen's Grace, and we can all reunite together.
Just stay away from CLAD for now.
Because of this Lord Henry that Ser Brost spoke about, I really don't know much about these people.
Yeah, and plus you're carrying Ser Brost's sword and shield of CLAD.
He turns to Edrin, and he says, what should I do with this one?
When he says that, I'm going to use mold earth and pop a 5-foot hole in the ground.
Underneath him?
No. Oh, just right off to the side.
Okay.
Edrin. How he was a kid, right?
He's like 20. He was young.
He was a kid.
Young man. And he was very afraid and frightened during that, and he seemed to feel really bad. And he didn't even fight until the very end. He like didn't.
And then
fight.
he got scared out of fighting because Vekni caught the arrow or something. Well, he's disarmed right now.
He is disarmed. He's disarmed.
Perhaps we should take Adrian with us. You know, a meat shield is always a meat shield.
What does he look like right now? Does he look like...
He's still got his armor on. He's not tied or anything.
He's armored. He's not bound. He definitely has a look of fear in his eyes. He looks young. He looks bewildered.
So Sorin will look to him and tell him, or ask him, what family do you come from?
I don't serve a noble house. All I've ever known was just CLAD, and I've always looked up to Ser Brost and wanted to be like him one day.
How did that turn out for him?
You guys killed him.
Well, I mean, I saw say we're our allies. You want to be like a man that would betray his friends?
Ser Brost didn't want to do that.
Well, he did it anyway.
He was ordered. He didn't want to. None of us wanted to. The prince didn't even know, I don't think.
It seems perhaps you put your faith in the wrong people.
Well, I understand, but Lord Henry is our strategic mind.
Well, his strategy didn't work out for Ser Brost.
No. He will be quite sad at Ser Brost's passing. He was the second strongest warrior after Zaros.
Is he tall? Is this kid
No,
tall?
I had... Oh, Edrin?
Yeah.
He's like average height, he's like 5'8".
Okay. So Vekni will step up to him, and she's gonna get like close to him, just eyeing him down, and goes, "If you want to learn to be a warrior, follow this man." And she'll nod her head towards Miklian. He'll teach you how to be a true gentleman.
He looks to Miklian and he says, I'm afraid I don't really know you, sir. Who are you? Miklian explains that he was a slave working under tribal,
Yes, we are in touch.
and he was a former member of the Order of the Brain Fist.
Now, if you want us to keep you alive, Adrian, why don't you swear your fealty to him?
And betray Lord Henry and Ser Brost?
Well, Ser Brost is dead. He would not be betraying the dead.
When I see the look of doubt in him, I'll cast suggestion over him.
What do I have to roll?
Wisdom save, 15.
Fail. So he has to listen.
Essentially. So I'm going to use those two sentences that he said. So you suggest a course of activity and magical influence a creature that you can see within range, it can hear and understand you. And then the suggestion must be worded in such a way to make sense, asking the creature to kill, like it can't kill its own stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. On a failed save, it pursues the course of action you describe to the best of its ability.
So he has to swear fealty to Miklian for the next 8 hours?
8 hours.
I will be loyal to this man, this warrior.
And she puts it. Did I notice him do that?
Would someone notice you casting a suggestion?
It's visual and material, so it's not.
So I would see you take your wand out.
It's not semantic.
Yeah, but materials you kept.
So yeah, alright.
Or do you have Dungeons and Dragons inside that?
Yeah.
So Vekni would see that you did something.
Yeah. Oh, I'll cast it in such a way where it becomes very obvious. You know, I'll stick my wand out and this like bright white, light, almost like kind of radiance out of it, and you can will kind of absorb through him and pass through the other side.
Okay.
And so Vekni puts her hand on his shoulder and goes, "You do not need to lose your loyalty to Lorien, but just learn from this man."
I'll do as you say.
Good idea. This guy should die. Personally. He's just going to go back and tell Henry exactly what happened immediately.
I've always looked up to Ser Brost, but I feel like I should listen to you.
Well, Ser Brost betrayed people that trusted him.
He didn't want to.
But he did.
He had to. Because of duty and honor.
Well, duty and honor.
He swore himself to the prince and Lord Henry. He had no choice but to obey. But I want you to know, Vekni and Sorin, that when Lord Henry suggested, as soon as you guys left and headed for the city with Getman, and Lord Henry brought up his plan to us, Ser Brost is a very vocal opponent, and he was very strongly arguing against doing what we did. He did not want to at all.
Well, he could have stopped at any time.
And he didn't even consider that he might be killed. He thought that victory against you guys was assured. He thought you guys would be killed for certain. But he didn't think that killing you made sense. He thought that the two of you were valuable in our fight against Vigor, and that killing you was a mistake.
So perhaps Henry is a traitor to the crown.
I don't know that. I mean, I would think that Henry just thought that his course was best. But it's hard to say.
Course cost him some of your lord's most powerful allies.
That warrior with you, this Miklian that you asked me to follow, he wasn't something that we considered. We didn't realize he'd be with you there.
Sorin and myself were fast-growing allies too. And I'll turn to Miklian and say, my love, keep an eye on him. Don't let him out of your sight until we return to Queen's Grace with you.
Vekni, what do you suggest I do when I get there? What can I expect when I go to seek our son?
Your son.
The head ranger, Gillian, he is his son.
You just said our son.
He is my son.
When I get there seeking Kevlian, what do I expect to find in Queen's Grace?
So,
and what of these CLAD men? What should I expect from them?
For now, just hide the shield and sword.
Okay.
Seek refuge at, I forget the name of the pub.
I think it was just like Queen's Grace Tavern.
Tell the bartender Boomadon that Vekni asked him to set you up, and she'll hand him 50 gold pieces.
Okay.
I'll give him another 500.
Damn, 550. It's expensive rooms over
I
there.
still
I
had the
guess.
500 as well that I gave him last session. So that should cover your night's stay until we return.
Well, I
Thank
mean,
you.
the tavern, I think it was 1 gold a night.
What should I expect when I get in the city? What's it like there?
She'll explain what the city's like. And she looks up, she puts her hand on his cheek, and she goes, "Until we meet again." She kisses him deeply on the lips.
He kisses Vekni back, and he says, "Till we meet again, my love."
Come, concubine.
Sorin says that just like that too. I assume it's going to take us some time to get to Honus Bog.
We're talking like 4.5, 5 days.
Yeah.
Where do you have to go?
To the green spot.
Just during that time, with all the walking, unless we don't kind of like come upon some things, I'm going to use it to learn the rest of the spells in my Abyssal spell book. I'm going to use that time to make copies of my spells into the Abyssal spell book. So I have 2 spell books now.
So why don't you guys roll an unmodified d20 for the first 6 spaces?
What was your 20? You rolled a 21?
Oh no, I was just
Unmodified.
crit 20. Alright, so first day, I roll the crit 20, what happens?
Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, we'll camp and then set off the next
So
day.
you move 6 spaces.
Yeah, I'll take the first watch.
When your watch goes by, nothing happens.
Okay.
You're doing the next watch, Joe?
41.
Yes.
Why don't you roll an unmodified d20?
3.
So, as you go through your watch, and the night starts to get, we're getting like really deep into the night, it's like 3 in the morning. You start hearing this really distant, dull whistling sound, and it sounded like an instrument. It sounds like it's distant. And the instrument's playing. There's this really melancholy, sounds like a string instrument, very melancholy. And then you hear, off in the distance you hear,
That's this motherfucker. It's fucking honesty, isn't it?
It's getting louder.
and then your rest complete,
Relaxed.
and it's morning.
Okay, and that's day 1 or day 2?
That was the night for day 1.
Okay.
Now we're in day 2, so you move 6 paces.
6 space.
Okay, we do that.
Kevin, roll it on modified d20.
Crazy.
Why?
This.
Oh, unlucky.
Sure. Was
6.
6.
A 6. As you guys are marching along, in the road ahead, you see a wagon.
Are the people in the wagons? Is it an abandoned wagon?
You see it from a distance, you're far away.
So you can't see it that way?
You can't see it that well. You're on the plains, so you can see pretty far. You've unobscured view pretty far down, pretty far away.
Okay.
You can see it in the far distance that there's a wagon. Doesn't appear to be moving.
And does it look, from where we can see, does it look old? Like it's been there a while? Is there still horses hooked up to it, or is it just a wagon?
You don't see any horses. Why don't you roll a perception roll to see if you can tell how old it looks?
15 plus perception, 21.
Well, Kevin, with your 21 roll, you can tell that it looks like a brand new wagon. Like it's the wood has been recently treated, and it's like very finely like lacquered. It looks like really fancy and nice.
As we see that coming up, then I'll cast Mold Earth and remove all the dust and debris off my
But was
clothes
there
and off of
a horse still attached to it?
No. Just a wagon just like parked in the middle of the plain.
I'll blink out my owl again, Dexter. Then have my owl fly up into this guy.
Sure.
I'm gonna look through his eyes.
No.
So yes, I'm gonna see through the eyes of my owl.
Okay.
Right. So since we're not any kind of priority, I'm just gonna keep having him fly up above the tree line. You know, one of these things, scout out the area. Do I see anything in a big, broad outlook? Besides just tree line and a path?
No. You see the wagon? You don't see anyone outside of the wagon. There's no horses. There's nothing, no movement that you see or anything. It just seems like a wagon. It seems like maybe it's an abandoned wagon.
So if the wagon is, let's say, call it this tree.
Sure.
If I begin to circle it like birds do, when I see the front, do I see anything inside the wagon through the front view?
So your bird's looking into the wagon?
Yeah, so
okay.
as it's flying through,
There's a figure in there.
there's a figure in there. Can I discern what the figure is?
Does your
My owl has really good vision and really good
does it
sight.
have dark vision? Can it see in the dark?
Yes.
Yeah. Alright, your owl sees a gnome.
Honesty!
Do I recognize the gnome?
Yes.
And can I discern who the gnome is?
It is honesty.
It is honestly this motherfucker. So yeah, so I have keen hearing and sight. So I have advantage on all wisdom perception checks that rely on both, and I have dark vision up to 120 feet.
Okay.
So what it sees, I see, and it's kind of like as I'm sitting there, like my eyes are like whited over, and Sorin can't physically see.
Like Bran from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
He's a orc.
Yeah. That's why my story is the best.
Yeah, you know Bran did have the best story.
Oh my god.
So
No, he didn't.
That's what Tyrion said.
He's an idiot. He went from being the smartest man in Westeros to be a fucking idiot.
So it is like dead ass night right now.
No.
Fuck,
Why
that's
did
not
you
even
ask if I had dark vision?
Because he's in the wagon. There's no lights on in the wagon. It's dark in the wagon.
Okay. Do I see honesty in there with anybody else?
No.
Do I see what he's currently doing?
Sitting.
Sitting. Just staring out into
He's
nothing?
he's sitting, just like chilling. He's not playing music or anything. Sitting, chilling.
Just chilling, huh?
He doesn't look asleep. He looks awake. But he's just like sitting, like chilling, like relaxing.
Me, Joe, I have a question. Is this the fucking guy from your Halloween one-shot?
That character was a leprechaun.
What's the difference?
A leprechaun is like a fairy. They're small. Smaller than a gnome would be.
So I'm going to continue to have my owl fly over the area, but I am going to blink out and tell Vekni everything I saw. It's honesty. He's sitting in his cabin in the dark, or in the wagon in the dark. It's not moving. It's not doing anything.
It doesn't look like he's like dead. He's just like chilling.
Yeah.
But you know we have to kill him.
I'm waiting for this day since I was a little boy.
How far away from the wagon are
You guys are far.
Honesty was in
You guys are like the
Honesty was in my one-shot.
you guys are like the extremity of your vision during the day in open plain. So that'd be far. So we're talking like hundreds of feet away.
How many hundreds?
Say 500 feet away. You can barely make out that there's a wagon there.
And it's, what time of day is it right now?
3 hours in your walk, so we're gonna say
So it's about
So it's midday.
10 a.m.
So this is about a half a mile. Vekni, how would you like to approach this situation? Is this something you want to talk to him, or
He rattles out the forte. I'd like to just cut his head off. 'Cause that's what I would like to do.
could be a viable option?
I don't know. For me, it's the only option.
This motherfucker's gonna fuck us up. I know it.
He's gotta be powerful.
He's gonna be so strong. But anyway,
Is it a covered carriage?
Yeah.
Like, is it like a stagecoach? Or is it like one of those covered carriages that have like the canvas going over the top?
It's the second one.
I'm gonna blink back in to Dexter again. Do I discern on whether or not what I'm looking at is actually honesty or an illusion of him?
You can roll a perception to see if maybe you could pick something up. That would, but for you to tell if it's a magical effect, I think that usually takes a spell to determine that.
Yeah.
I don't think normally you can just for your perception you can tell. If
No,
something's-
you can tell if it's like if
But there's spells.
it's like minor illusion, you can use a perception check to see if it's real.
So I have advantage on this because of my owl, and I rolled a crit 20 plus 5, and then I rolled a 15.
Okay.
So how about this? You don't have to tell me it's an illusion, but maybe I noticed something, kind of like a glint. You could say that.
Okay.
That
So,
would make
so with your really incredibly high perception roll, I'll tell you that while his physical presence there is not an illusion, you can tell that there is something amiss about his presence there. So he's there, but there's something amiss.
Perfect explanation. And that gives away fireball the fucking thing.
You're too
Right.
far away anyway.
Yeah, 500 feet, but not.
Fireball it.
What's the range?
So what do you make of it, son?
150. I make of this being a trap.
Seems that honesty is setting a trap for us.
Of sorts. Either a trap to kill, a trap to talk, but most certainly a trap.
And perhaps we talk with him.
Perhaps we do. I'll upcast the visibility on both of us.
Okay.
This motherfucker can see it, can't he? Motherfucker. I'm gonna do it anyway, so it's happening. I don't know that he can or cannot see us.
Alright, so we'll make our way closer to honesty.
Okay. I would say you went up from 500 to 300 feet away, and now you can hear that he is playing music.
It's playing.
He's playing.
You
He
don't
starts
have it
out.
set up? You don't have it set up? I expected to hear some songs already.
I don't have any new songs.
Nothing. Nothing.
He starts out playing the song for the pirate battle, the one about the battle with the bastard sire, the Tuskar. He's playing that song.
Vekni will draw her bow as they get closer. Notch an arrow.
You're 100 feet up, and now you hear the song about Teclis's demise.
Vekni grits her teeth and raises the bow and starts drawing the string back, but doesn't fire.
You're about 100 feet away from the wagon, and you start hearing that song about how you guys killed Frank Mandrid, who's not dead.
Do I have a shot?
You don't see? He's the wagon.
He's in the wagon.
Yeah, but you said it's a covered wagon.
So the back of the wagon.
There's big holes on both sides.
The back
it's not facing
back
you.
is
Ah.
yeah. The owl discerned that. So
Okay, so I wouldn't raise my bow, but I keep an arrow notch. Keep going. I'll start circling around.
I'll take one way. They're gonna take the other.
As you circle around the wagon, where you're getting close to where you would see inside of it, you see these. You hear the pitter patter of little feet, and his little gnome body holding his lute comes out of the wagon, and
This thing's a fucking dragon.
he just comes out and he sees you guys, and he waves. He goes like that, waving, recognizing you.
So, with his wave, we understand that he sees us.
Hmm?
So I'll drop invisibility and then blink out.
And Vekni will raise her bow and draw it. Point it straight at him.
He looks at you doing that, and he looks fearful.
And she goes, "You're at the Deserta Forte."
He shakes his head. No, I've been following you guys. You guys are doing such a good job. I'm a big fan.
You. I've known you since I was 11? Question mark.
Yeah, 11 or 12.
You say you're a big fan. Big fan of what?
All you guys. Sorin and Vekni and Blaken and Strape and Roland and what? You guys are awesome. Especially those warlocks. They're really cool.
So why would you sing a song of us trying to, whatever we did to Forte? To the Forte soldiers.
Who are the warlocks?
Blaken and Roland.
Well, I want to be a famous bard one day, and singing about the two of you will be. I want to be famous one day. You guys are amazing.
You gotta lube up.
So is that all you're looking for? Is this to be famous one day?
You know, I've been meaning. Please, I've been meaning to ask you, where have Blake and Roland been? I've been waiting for them and their patrons to get really strong, nice and strong.
Said he's not
It's
of
been a
your
long-
concern. And she's staring him down with the arrow still fully drawn back.
Well, it's been such a long time since warlocks have really flourished in these lands, and I was really excited to see it.
How do you
strong
know?
they're getting.
How do you know what we did?
I've just been watching you the whole time
How?
with my eyes.
Can I see this motherfucker's eye?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Roll
that.
insight.
Which one of us?
Joe asked.
Great
20.
20.
Sure is.
He is lying.
Motherfucker!
He's being deceitful to an extreme degree.
Deceitful to an extreme degree. So
Call him out, because I don't know that.
yeah, when he says that, I'm gonna pull out my wand. I'm gonna point it right at him, and I'm gonna have it begin to glow. Because I want it to.
His eyes go wide. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, please.
So in reaction to him doing that, Vekni will go, you better start telling the truth.
Well, what do you want to know? I'll tell you anything.
How are you watching us?
I told you with my eyes.
Not-
I've been watching your exploits. You guys are incredible.
How far from him am I? Like 50 feet?
Yeah, you start. So you're 100 feet away, and you start circling around, and he came out. I'm gonna say like 50 feet. So you're not that close.
Shit, all the spells I want right now are in my book.
In your book.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
No, they're not prepared.
Oh.
So like my spell book can have 30 pages of spells.
You have to prepare your spells every day.
Yeah. Because what I want to do is cast Dispel Magic.
You don't have that prepared? That
No, I
should
do.
always
I
be
do.
prepared.
I
Oh,
do.
then
No,
what's
it
the
is.
problem?
It is. It is. Well, the problem is I only have a third level spells available.
Dispel's third level?
Yeah. So I'm gonna cast it. I'm gonna see what happens.
What are the parameters on that spell?
So choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. I'm gonna choose honesty. Any spell of third level or lower on the target ends. For each spell 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spell casting ability. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level on a successful check. The spell ends.
So make your ability check. Your DC is 15.
That's a 5th level spell?
That's not what he said.
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, the DC is 10 plus the spell's level. So
It's a 5th level spell.
Oh no, I'm sorry, that made a mistake. Then it's a I'm sorry, it's a 19.
9th level spells, those aren't real, aren't they?
Oh no! One
You're
day!
important! Use your portent! Portent! I have a 20! It's important that you use your portent! Oh!
Dispel magic. I'm gonna use the portent, change it to 20. Before the roll, never happened. Dice have not rolled. As per rules written.
So it makes the spell end?
Yep.
So it would make a 9th level spell end.
It makes a 9th level spell end. Okay. Per the 19 roll that I needed to make.
Well, that's a little annoying. You cast your Dispel Magic, and Honesty's face starts to contort.
I'm gonna fight a demon now.
And his skin starts to go gray. He's looking at his hands. His eyeballs start to turn hollow and black. And this dust cloud starts to come as his skin flakes away into gray nothing.
Is he
And he
falling
starts flaking away.
What, like when Thanos snapped and everybody starts turning to
Kind
dust?
of. A little slower than that, but kind of. And then the cloak that he's wearing and the clothes he's wearing just collapse into a heap as just this gray dust gets blown up into the air. And he no longer exists.
Sorin, what did you do?
Sorin looks bewildered. Just
Sorin, I didn't know you could do
staring
that.
at his wand like,
I didn't know you could do that.
me neither.
You know disintegrate?
Sorin's gonna open up the spell book and. No, I don't.
Vekni will slowly make her way towards the heap of clothes. And once I get within 15 feet, I'll drop my bow and draw my sword.
Okay.
Well, not drop it, stow it and pull my sword. So when I get closer, I'll start poking the clothes with my sword. Anything?
You don't detect anything in the clothes. It seems to just be clothes that are just filled with like a mound of dust.
Sorin, what did you do? Well, what did you cast?
I cast a spell magic.
So this means that this was not a real person?
I mean, a wide variety of things. It could have been an illusion of something else.
I don't think it was an illusion. She reaches down and grabs a handful of dust. It would turn into dust.
I don't know who this panther was.
Is there anything around?
If he's like actually gone, can you tell us what his whole story deal?
Tell you anything.
Come on.
Vekni's just going to like rummage through his clothes with the sword, like poking around to see if she finds anything.
I'll ritual cast. What's it called?
I'm just looking through his clothes to see if there's anything in there.
He's wearing his bar clothes, so there's nothing. He didn't have any trinkets or anything of value. Or wearing bar clothes.
I'll ritual cast identify his clothes.
Okay.
See if I just.
They're not magical.
While he does that, I'll go over to the wagon
Okay.
and look look in the wagon.
Roll investigation. DC's 15.
9 plus. I got a 10.
You found nothing. Why?
I don't feel like this guy's done.
He's probably not dead. He probably killed a clone or something.
Or an
Clone spell.
That's up there.
It is.
And my eyesight realized that this guy wasn't a real thing anyway.
Probably a clone.
Probably clone. Just like Frank Mandarin.
I don't think it was clone. In fact, he's going to, after not seeing anything in the wagon, she's going to look around and see if there's a horse or a mule or something that pulled the wagon.
There wasn't. Sword had locked.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing.
No signs of one?
Nope. A wagon in the middle of the plain by itself. With a gnome that is a bard and disappeared into grey dust when you identified it, when you used Dispel Magic on them.
Can I identify the dust? Yeah, the dust. Identify the dust.
How does that work?
You tell me. You're the end.
Are you going to identify spell?
Yeah. I'll read you the spell.
Again.
And you do whatever you want with it. So you choose an object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. So I'm going to hold this dust in my hand. If it's magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what the spell, if any, are currently affecting it. If the item was created by a spell, you learn what spell created it.
So when you use Identify on dust, you learn that it was created by a spell. It's not really a spell that's like in the DMG.
It's a Dan-made spell.
It's a Dan-made spell. It's a spell that's able to create corporeal beings.
So I can create corporeal beings. So
And it's a very high level spell.
Yeah, there's nothing greater than 9, so... I will tell Vekni that this is just a pile of spell.
Well, that means that honesty is still here watching us.
Not only that, it also means that perhaps someone created it.
And I guess then we're going to have to find out the originator of this honesty problem. So it's what, 10 in the morning?
Seems
Yes.
like a little... Now I'm going to cast Minor Illusion.
Okay.
Into one of those magnifying glasses.
Okay.
Seems like we're gonna have to.
In fact, he sheathes your sword and just goes, sometimes I wonder about your intelligence, boy. Yeah.
I'll cast Identify again on the wagon.
Okay. There's nothing magical about the wagon.
In fact, he will pull a bottle out of her pack.
Do we get any XP for this?
No.
What the fuck? What if we had to fight this thing? This
You
thing
didn't
would
fight
fucking
it.
murked us.
Yeah, but usually when we get...
You know what? I'll give you an inspiration for what you did.
Okay, I'll take an inspiration. Thank you.
Becky
take
will
an
take
inspiration. I
a
haven't got
swig
one of
of
those in
a bottle of
sessions.
liquor that she has in her pack.
Okay.
She'll offer it to someone.
Sorin take it.
Okay.
Sorin take it. Sorin is becoming more and more influenced by Vekni as we continue our travels in the plains.
Let's do some counting. How many spaces is it actually from leaving Vigor Valley City to getting to Opona's Bog? Let's actually count. Because you're doing 6 spaces a day. Jesus Christ.
33.
So, what's that?
7 days almost.
7 days go by, and you get to the entrance of Opona's Bog. Is there something you want to do in those 7 days?
I want to copy all my spells into my business spell book.
Sure.
I'm gonna get drunk every night.
Sure.
So now I have 2 spell books with all my spells recorded. And I guess I'll roll portents again, because I would have long rested in
And
6 days.
every night, I'd like to try to hunt for food.
Oh, yes, we had to do food. We had to do food. So why
Hunt
don't you
or
roll?
forage.
So why don't you do roll survival for the second night? Roll survival. Your DC is 8.
11.
You found some squirrels.
Okay, she pulls out her bow.
Roll 2 more portents, 12 and a 9.
And,
I believe it was 4 hours into the day when you arrive. Correct?
Just rolled my 2 portents, 5 and a 1.
Alright, so on day 7, you have a 5 and a 1 as your portents, and you roll up to, you see this tree line, and you can smell this strong sulfury smell, and you see this really crappily put together sign, all shoddy with the sloppy looking common written on it, and it says in green, in paint, Apona's Bog, and there's a path through some trees.
I think we made it.
It's about time. Took us long enough.
Well, we should have got horses.
You know, maybe next time I level up, I'll take that spell.
what fancy?
Phantom Steed.
I guess we'll enter Apona's Bog.
So as soon as you enter in between the trees, you notice that the ground it's soft and spongy. It's consisting mostly of partially decayed plant matter that's covering where you're walking.
Boss.
Yeah, and you hear this. It's like wet and like every step you take, it's like muck. Like you kind of could feel your shoes kind of getting sucked in every step you take. It's foul smelling. Even though it's the morning, it's dark. There's high trees and they're thick. There's a humidity and a stickiness in the air. Little bits of light do shine through and shed through these tree branches that are above, and just everything in the area is just very wet and saturated with water. Far in the distance, as you walk through and you enter this first area, as you're walking through this sludge and this swampy area, you see far in the distance, you see a figure flying in the air. It's very far away.
Do I recognize the figure?
Roll perception.
Look like a burning steed.
No.
Perception?
Yeah.
10 total.
Okay. On a 10, you can't recognize what it is. I don't think.
Does it look,
Does it look like it's heading toward us?
No. So heading away from you.
Anyway.
Does it look like there is
Where do we
someone
enter?
riding something, or it looks like a creature is flying?
With Joe's roll, you can't tell.
Let me ask you this. Where are we entering?
Right now, you're not on the sport yet.
Okay, so if that's the case then, and we're not in priority, I'll
You're not.
blink my owl out, and then I'll have him fly up and out, and circle this whole area.
And while he does that, Vekni is going to look closer at this thing that's flying away from us to see if it looks like a mounted person or some creature flying.
I'll even see.
What are you doing?
I'll
I'm just
even
trying to see if
the
it's
owl
like-
can do that too.
Joe already rolled for perception.
Alright, well, I'll see if the owl can do that then. The owl's flying, I can track it down.
Is it trying to fly after this thing?
Yeah, alright, so 100 feet, it can go 100 feet, and then it can see additionally because the owl has its own sight, so it can see 120 feet. So 220 feet. The way to roll, it has advantage on the check.
Alright, well, yeah, roll another perception. I'm going to use the same DC I had.
Okay.
Which you don't know what it is. But it's not that high.
Okay, well, one is a 19, and then the other is a... So 19 roll.
You can tell that the creature looks like an Anacochra.
Anacochra? Or a...
Aarakocra.
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 I see the Aarakocra, but again, this is just a bird, so I'm going to fly out as far as 100 feet will take me, and looking at, overlooking as much of this as possible.
Okay. So you're trying to see what's there?
So I would do anything of 220 feet.
So as your owl flies through the bog, it observes all kinds of nasty creatures. Giant snakes, crocodiles, giant crocodiles. It sees a mammoth rampaging around. It sees soldiers with forte sigils, bullywogs, troglodytes. It sees giant toads. It's a very populated swamp filled with wildlife and dangerous creatures.
But it seems like also people are living here as well.
I wouldn't say the soldiers are living here, they're traversing here.
Do I see... Who's it? Wundren is here, or the other guy?
You said Gragas here.
Gragas.
You do not see Gragas. Or
He'd be
opponent.
way ahead of us.
Lady opponent. You don't see. It would be so many days ahead of you. You don't see them.
So, I'm going to continue to have the owl fly, but I'm going to blink out.
Okay.
I'm going to turn back and tell Vekni everything I see. And I'll also tell her about the air croaker I see as well.
It looks like a very dangerous area.
You know what's really odd about your campaign, Dan?
What's that?
You involve aspects of everyone's backstory.
Why is that odd?
I've never played in a game where I've seen other people's backstories come to fruition.
What are you talking about?
Why not?
Steve did that.
Oh yeah, did it?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet anything about Odoacer?
Never.
Well,
Not once.
Odoacer's tribe was wiped out.
There's a whole thing for him. There's a whole thing. Never happened. Kira, by the way? Ever see Kira's backstory? I enjoy finding out bits and pieces of Vekni.
Vekni's a cool
Now
guy.
that Sorin officially knows, she's Kavara's father.
So I need to ask you, what happened back in Vega Valley City? What was that papers that you showed that burning orc? Was that a get out of jail free card?
No, it wasn't. So my mother told me to see Odoacer and tell him about myself and about her as well. I did not know why. And my mother is not someone to ask questions about. So I did as she instructed me to do. And I presented it to Odoacer. Upon him reading it, he found out just as much as I did that four-way sex.
That's three-way.
That was four-way. I rewatched that video like 3 times already. He had four-way sex with her and her sisters. And it appears, from what Odoacer has told me, that I am his son. And I have been digesting this information as much as I can over the past few days I've been traveling with you.
Well, you seem distraught, so I didn't mean to bring it up earlier.
I understand.
But you know, as they say, curiosity gets the kid.
Of course, I understand.
So who is this Odoacer?
Well, that's just the thing. I wish I could tell you, and these are some of the things I've been thinking about. Up until this point, I've never known my father. I've never known anything about him, who he was, and I haven't even known his name.
So this is like it's been a week ago you mentioned that for the first time, and we kind of blew you off.
Yeah. But to me, what's more upsetting is my mother never once told me.
Vekni reaches in her pack and she goes, why don't you make some chairs right here? And she starts leaning back, waiting for you to pull up a dirt chair.
Yeah, so I'll cast mold earth.
And she sits down with her last bottle of nectar of the sea.
You still have some of that left?
So my last bottle.
Oh wow.
Well, remember we cleared out that bar before, so Vekni I have tons of liquor. I'm a walking bar, but this is my last bottle of nectar of the sea. She pops it open.
Used to play with us.
Yeah. She pops it open and goes, would you create one for yourself? Because there's a lot going on right now.
Sorin will do that.
And she goes, as you heard,
I'll even build a little mud hut.
Yeah? What?
Mud hut. Why not?
I found out that my son is here. And I don't know how to act as that. I never knew him as a child. I never knew him as an adult, and he's here.
Wow.
And she'll explain that with her culture, they wanted to keep bloodlines pure.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she had a child with a human, they would have killed the baby Excuse me. They would have killed the baby
once it was born. So she gave it to Miklian, who you met, and she had to run away because she was banished.
Someone's gonna take all that information in and, to maybe just offer some advice now that you know he is here and alive as well. Should take the opportunity to get to know him.
You know, it's weird. On the seas with Roland, because he is a half-elf as well, there was a weird connection with him. Maybe that is why, because I had a boy who was also half human, half elf. It was, I don't know, it was a strange serendipity to meet that boy and then to actually meet my son.
Yeah.
You know, I stood face to face with that man, and I did not know who he was. He was also missing a nose.
And she takes a long swig of the nectar to see.
Then Sorin will talk about how his feelings right now are also very mixed.
Emotional episode.
He doesn't know if he should get to know his father, who his father is, and just how much he should feel about his mother right now. His mother had the opportunity and the chance to tell him all this, and she never did.
Or perhaps she was protecting you from him. He does not seem to be a great man. Well, I take that back. He seems to be a great man, maybe not a good man.
I think that's probably accurate.
Especially if you were conceived through an orgy of sorts.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Now, your sister, is she also Odoisa's daughter?
No. From what we have always been told, our mother is our mother, but her father is currently in Queen's Grace, and we saw him just about 10 days-ish ago.
She it's more than that.
2 weeks ago.
So she leans and goes, really? Who is your father?
Her father? Yeah. I forget his name. Dakar.
Is that Drow Pig?
Yes.
And she's leaning forward and then she leans back. She goes, so your sister is a dirty Drow?
I'm gonna call her dirty.
I would call a Drow dirty.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Vekni knew that before.
No, she didn't.
No, Ryan was trying to make it hidden.
So in regards to my sister, I'll protect the fact
You
that
can
she's-
visually see that Vekni is upset about the fact that Vess is a drow.
But I'm going to protect the fact that she is one. In my life, has been the only person that I can truly say I can trust, and the only person I can say has ever looked out for me and taken care of me.
Vekni will take a big hit of the wine and she'll lean over and put her hand on your knee and she goes,
My son, you can trust me.
So Sorin maybe take that drink away from her a little bit, and he'll just say, I hope so.
I mean, we've been double-crossed and double-cursed. And there's no one else here?
Yeah. So Sorin is just gonna hang out like this. Just
God,
kind
I
of
love this fucking song.
Just kind of like
I know they overplay the fuck out, but it's such a good
just kind
song.
of like.
Yeah, so you guys had your conversation, now what?
What time of day is it?
Well, it's.
So you guys arrived at the bog at 10. I'm gonna say it's 11:30 right now.
And we finished a bottle of wine between us.
Would you like to cast invisibility and walk in here and see
I
what's up?
cannot do that.
Would you like me to cast invisibility on
Do
this?
you want to use a spell slot? Because I'm willing to just walk in and investigate as we go.
Well,
It's your spell slots.
You go
Alright,
ahead.
so we'll go in. I'll take the lead. I'll be 10
Are you
feet.
visible or not?
visible 100%.
Oh, yes. And I'll be 10 feet in front of him.
So yes,
We are visible.
visible.
Yes.
I'll be 10 feet ahead of him.
My owl is out and around.
Through clearing the trees, you see a Forte banner, that spear banner,
You see several soldiers gathered around with their backs to you. And one of them is speaking loudly. He says, "Ye have been found guilty of conspiring with rebels and fomenting the overthrow of the benevolent lords of vigor. I, Herschel the Forte, hereby sentence you to death."
You're much better at this when you're drunk. You're not self-conscious.
That was really good.
You're willing to just rip it and let it see.
That was really good.
good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
That was awesome.
Really?
Yeah,
You're better at
that was
this.
the
You're better at
best
this drunk.
voice you've ever done.
You see that the guy that's speaking, he has this
Really good.
uncombed, poofy, orange hair. You see that he's got this greasy orange beard. There's a group of soldiers with him.
Do your homework.
In front of him, you see 3 men and a woman. They're standing on uneven stones with nooses tied around their necks and fixed tree branches above.
Do we recognize?
Yeah. Do we recognize anybody?
The man with the poofy hair, you actually saw very recently.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, when you were at the mayor's office the very last time, you saw that there were like 3 commanders, and he was one of them.
Oh, so he was one of the guys that was standing in front of one of the legions.
Yes.
Okay. Do we know who it is?
You never learned his name. He did just say his name just now.
Who was it?
Harshal.
I thought that was the name of the guy giving the speech.
That is the guy that was
That is the name of the guy giving the speech.
And do we recognize the people that they're willing to hang or trying to hang?
No.
How many soldiers are there?
How many soldiers were on that first in front of you? That's how many are there.
Well, like, what are you talking like all this?
That right in front of you.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
So all these
11.
guys. This is the guy Harshal, and then these are the people with nooses.
Where are we coming in from?
Where are you coming in from?
Yeah, where's your character?
As you're waiting, this guy with the orange beard, he goes like this and does like kind of like a side soccer kick, and kicks out one of the stones, and one of the men that's standing on the stone, the noose, the stone gets kicked away, the noose is like choking him, and he's like that.
Is it a what is the man? Is it an orc, a human?
All the soldiers are human, and the 4 people with nooses are all humans. 3 males, 1 female.
I'll mold earth a 5-foot mound underneath him with his feet on.
Okay, you can do that. Okay. So the guy with the orange hair, he looks confused. What? And him and his men start looking around. And one of the soldiers turns and notices you guys. The soldier gets the attention of that guy, Harshal. And he turns and he goes, "Varmint, what you doing there?
What is Forte doing in Ipona's boat?
What business is it of yours?
I believe it is my business.
Hey, who you be?"
Sorin, Avasim.
"I'm Harshal."
It's nice to know you, Harshal.
Vekni she'll lean in and like do one of these like squinty looks at Sorin, and she goes, "Do you know who you're speaking to, Harshal?
I don't give a fuck.
This is the son of Udoeser,
Huh?
the one of the Fury Lords,
I know who Old Waster is.
and you're gonna speak to him that way."
So you notice he's like missing a tooth, and his teeth are like brown and yellow. He goes, "I don't believe you. Old Waster, I never heard about him having no son."
I'll cast suggestion on him. I'll tell him, I am the one true son of Odalisa, if you remember.
What is
DC
it?
15 intelligence.
I hope it's not.
I hope this guy's got negative. Come on, baby.
Crit 20.
Oh, alright. Well, then I'll fucking silvery barbs it. Change it. Roll again.
Have to roll again.
Yeah, reaction. Silvery barbs.
18 minus 1. Pest.
Damn, crit in the 18.
I only took 2 spell slots for nothing, so.
What are these townsfolk to you? I gots to kill them.
Well, what is the reason for killing them?
I suspect them working with Chaos or one of those groups. They're not working with us.
So Vekni is going to take a couple steps forward.
She goes, what would give you that idea?
Because they don't have no colors of forte.
Do they have the colors of moon?
Well, no, but there's all
Does they
kinds
have
of
the-
rebels roaming around and doing bad stuff, and I don't trust them.
Have you
So I'm gonna kill them.
So have you asked them?
Yeah.
What does they say?
They lie. They said they're just peasants trying to avoid the war.
Are they armed?
Nah.
Have they caused any damage to you or your men?
Well, that little lady there, she broke one of my men's heart.
So you're saying nothing.
If that's how you interpreted it.
How about this? I will trade you all the liquor I control for their lives.
Liquor? How much you got?
I don't know, I gotta give away all my liquor.
Barely knew her.
She has 8 bottles of liquor on her.
I think these go with the liquor. And, yeah, how many men? 8?
I think he's got 10.
Got 10 men plus him. 11.
And 200 gold pieces.
Well, let me ask you, who are the two of you? Before I just let you go.
Vekni will say, my name is Marjorie Sharpeye. And this is Sorin and Vekni, son of Odorisa.
They look to each other. Marjorie Sharpeye? That's the woman with the 500,000 bounty.
500,000?
Is that?
You guys have been seeing those bounties the entire time.
Oh, that's right. I would know that. I wouldn't say my real name.
Okay, so what'd you say then?
Wait, 500,000?
You guys have encountered that bounty at least 4 times.
5?
Since the first second. Every time you guys found bounties, that was there. And he takes it and hides it.
Vekni would go, my name is Ves Greystone. And this is Sorin Vekni.
You have to roll deception. Your DC is going to be 12.
And I have advantage.
Why? Important.
No, you didn't give me important.
No,
You gave me-
silver bond.
So it's 12. Deception.
Okay, what's my deception? +2. 10 +2.
Vest Greystone? Alright, Vest Greystone. So you want to trade your liquor for these 4 common folk?
They are just peasants.
Why do you care? What's your vested interest in all of this?
Well, I need personal servants. It's been a long walk. And for liquor, I could use some.
Well, alright then. I guess you can have them. Alright, well, we're gonna return back to the city, I guess. But do me a favor, if you see my boy Thaxos when you're going through the bog, just let him know that we left, alright?
Well, what is this Thaxos?
Thaxos is another one of Karagana's lieutenants, like me. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Sandman.
You're one of Karagana's lieutenants?
That's right. I'm one of his lieutenants. Me, Thaxos, and Rochambeau.
Rochambeau?
Uh-huh.
Well, do me a favor if you would.
What do you mean Salvatore?
Salvatore, he ain't one of the lieutenants. He's in charge of the assassination squad ever since Nicholas was found dead.
Ignis was dead. What happened to him?
I don't know, but somebody killed him.
She must have, well, he must have been very powerful.
Nicholas? I guess not. He was dead.
No, the ones that killed him.
I suppose so.
Well, then you leave me with these 4. Here's your liquor and she'll hand him the 8 bottles.
8 bottles of liquor? Well, I thank you. And what's your name again?
Base.
That's what?
Greystone.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Vest Greystone. And what was your name again?
Sorin and Vekni.
And your Odoasis son I never heard of, huh?
Yeah, and make sure when you see Karagana that you let him know that I plan on leaving Forte.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
That's all you need to say.
You want me to tell Caragona that you want to lead Forte? Well, that doesn't sound like something he'd like to hear.
Vekni's going to like do this look like she's gonna go over and start cutting these peasants down.
That's all you need to say.
Well, all right.
So these guys all leave?
So these guys, they start to walk out, and they leave the peasants alone.
All right, hold on, Dan. I gotta take notes. What was his name?
Partial.
Ginger Hillbilly.
Missing a teeth is the teeth that missing a tooth. The teeth he had all yellow and brown.
You wanna come take these?
Orange beard, orange greasy hair, poofy.
Do you?
Thaxos.
You just put him to the side on the bench or whatever.
And he was a lieutenant?
He said that he was one of Caragona's lieutenants.
I didn't know that's what lieutenant. It's a weird word.
Lieutenant.
So it looks like there's 4 guys here. They're all hung up.
Yep. 4. Three females, 3 males and a female.
I'll cast mold earth underneath all of them, so that when he does cut them, they
Well, they have stones underneath, except for the one that you already saved. So Vekni will go with a short sword and just cut them all down.
Oh, thank you so much, miss. I play as Walter White, make him a paladin. Thank you so much, miss. I thought they were gonna kill us for sure.
Well, I hope you know that you owe me liquor.
I don't have anything. They robbed us when they took us. They said that we were working with chaos, but I don't even know who chaos is.
Where are you from?
Well, I used to live in one of the houses over by Vigor Valley City, but with the war brewing, we figured it would be best to try to escape somewhere where there weren't any people around.
Well, we are making our way into Epona's boulder. You're welcome to join us. Or you can go your way.
Where are you guys headed to? Maybe we can follow you. We heard there's some hidden place called the Doghouse out here. And there's supposed to be a lizard man village called the Fry. I mean, we'd be willing to go to either place.
So you are headed to both.
Huh?
fry first.
A Fry? Yeah, we're okay. Well, I'm down to go there. I just want to try to get away from the war.
Start somewhere.
So Vekni's gonna just go around and ask their names.
The one that was talking, he says his name is Jerdrum. The second guy says that his name is Briston. The third guy saying that his name is Christo. And the female says that her name is Mary Kate.
Vekni just has like this irate look on her face, and she goes to Sorin, and she goes like, "Get me alcohol for this. It's a good thing I have like 40 grand, and we can just buy out the bar when we get there."
Mary Kate is tearing the whole time and is just like sobbing, like silent.
What are you crying about, woman?
Those men, they did things to me.
This is a rape.
They did.
Vekni is visibly angry. Now that she's out of alcohol and is around a woman that was raped. And none of your compatriots did anything about it.
Well, none of these men are warriors. Christo's my husband, but he couldn't do anything. He's not a fighter. Evil man.
What time of day is it?
It's about noon.
Alright. Vekni will stop walking and look at Christo. And she goes, "What type of man cannot define these women?"
He puts his head down in sadness, and I know I should have done something
So you stood there and watched.
when they took her, but I was afraid.
Of what?
These men of Forte, they're known to take women to kill wantonly. I thought that if I let them take her, they would spare us, but they were going to kill us anyway.
You thought they would spare you.
I thought so. But they were going to kill me and marry Kate anyway.
So this is this just a woman to you, or is this your wife?
She's my wife.
So you let men take your wife with no fight.
You'd be better off dead than when you tried to protect her. Than alive, not even trying.
I agree.
If it wasn't for the two of you, I would have been dead. I would have let them take her in front of me and they'd have died anyway.
So what are you gonna do about it?
What can I do? I'm not a warrior. They're trained soldiers. And that man, that Harshal, that man with that greasy orange beard, he's a dangerous man. I fear him. As do everyone in the fringe.
Describe this man's build.
He was pretty thin. Pretty thin. Didn't seem to be like jacked or anything like that. Thin. Just a greasy beard. Like, but he did speak with a lot of confidence. Like he wasn't afraid of you guys.
This is Gergen?
Yeah, if he's another lieutenant.
Is this Jerdrin?
If he's another lieutenant,
The one speaking?
Yeah.
Is Christo.
If he's another lieutenant, I imagine him to be just as strong as Roshan.
Well, I wasn't talking
He said that he was a lieutenant like her.
I wasn't talking about Harshal, I was talking about Christo.
Oh, you're asking what Crystal looks like? He's balding. He looks like he's probably like a little, like around 40, maybe a little younger. He's got this like patchy yellow beard, very, very, very thin, like emaciated almost. Like he hasn't really been eating enough to satiate him.
Vekni will look at Sorin. She'll look back at Christo. And she goes, "Put your hands up."
Okay.
No, like we're going to fight. You're not going to fight?
You want to fight me?
Is that how you fight?
I'm not a fighter.
I'm going to take your woman from you and I'm going to kill you.
What? No, please don't. I thought
Your
you were
options
saving
are
us.
to fight or I'm going to kill you.
I don't know how to fight.
Put your hands up. Not like that, pussy.
What do you want me to do?
Vekni will punch him in the square in the stomach.
Roll damage.
Non-lethal.
Just trying to teach him how to do that.
3 plus, I think it's plus 6.
9.
3 plus 5.
Oh, okay. Oof! And he looks like reeling, like he's close to going down from that.
And Vekni gets in like a fighting stance. She goes, "Come on. Defend your woman."
I don't know. He holds up his hands. What do you want me to do?
Vekni will again throw a kick, but she'll pull her kick. And she'll hit him, but not try to hurt him.
What do you want me to do back?
Fight back.
It was like that, and attack. Let's say plus, so you roll a 5.
He hits, but she blocks.
Okay. And you block it.
So that's the best you can do, and she swings back with a hook at his chin.
Roll an attack.
11.
Hits him.
She's not trying to hurt him, but she wants to make sure that he knows that she can get through his defenses.
So you rolling damage, or?
Just like it's like how I fight with Grayson, where I'm like right next to him. And I stop the fist right.
I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know.
To learn to fight now.
Okay.
Stop being a coward.
I don't.
You let this happen to your woman.
I can't fight those soldiers and
You
Harshal.
could have.
No, I would be dead.
Well, what is worse? You be dead or your woman being raped?
Puts his head down again.
Do you have honor?
Yes. I do have honor.
Do you honor your vows to your wife?
I do, but I can't beat these
You
men.
honor your vows to protect her.
If I punch these men with armor and swords, what would I
Vekni
do?
draws her sword and throws it at him.
He catches it. What do you want me to do with this?
And she goes like this.
There is no armor, no men.
He's not armored.
It's just you. And it's Vekni.
attack. You rolled a 4.
Miss.
So, and whiffs completely.
This is the best you can do.
I'm not a fighter. I'm not a fighter, Vekni.
She swings again.
Okay.
18 plus, what was it, plus 8? So
So
she goes and swings right here and stops right before she hits the
I don't like this.
It's your turn.
Quick one.
Okay.
So,
So D6 for a short sword.
so again, and he just happens to bring it down perfectly at your shoulder, and he hits your shoulder, and I guess he does 7, 6, does 9 damage.
And Vekni takes a hit, and she goes, "There you go." And
Are you okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt
he's
you.
apologizing. She swings again.
Okay.
A 24,
Yeah, it hits him.
and this time she's actually gonna hit.
Okay.
Non-lethal.
Okay. He has 2 HP left, so
Oh, well then he's knocked out.
to describe it.
So he's like, "Ugh," and she just goes, and just cracks him across the face, and he goes down.
He's out.
Street Fighter.
He's out.
Then she looks at Gergen and Briston and says, "Picking him up. Let's go." She'll grab her sword off the ground and
Gergen
walking.
whispers. Just gonna fuck us up next. Pick him up.
We should have got. No, we couldn't. Never mind. So we'll keep going to.
You could have probably fought these guys, but
No. I was gonna say we should have picked up potions, but we couldn't have.
no, we could have. There's nothing.
So we'll keep going.
You move forward a little bit between the trees, and again, your feet sink through the muck.
Using Sorin, right? We can't go this way, right?
No, so that way, you have like really high. There's mountains, not mountains. I'm sorry. There's rocks, and there's thick trees and muck, and you can't go that way.
So I assume that the only actual path is this way, correct?
At this time, that's the only way that you can go.
Alright, so before...
There are going to be branching paths.
No, that's fine.
In the bog.
But
But where you are right now, there's nowhere to go
Yeah,
except for forward.
before we, like, reveal ourselves or get to any kind of, like, area where anyone can see us, I'm going to see through my owl again.
Okay.
I'll fly over here, over all of this, Dan, and over this way as well.
That way as well. Okay.
Alright.
So,
220 feet I can see.
straight ahead, you see a group
Are these actual size tiles?
Yeah.
I mean, I can pretty much see all the way down to the end. Yeah. As if they're spaced out the way.
Where can you see them?
Pretty much to the end of the bog, to the wall down there.
So why don't you point out individual things and ask me what you see?
All right. So we'll for the sake of time, we'll just move this way and then come back. So clockwise. So we'll start here.
So that group there, you see a group of frog people, and they're just like splashing around the water. They don't seem to be aggressive in any kind of way. They're just kind of like hanging out. They have weapons. They're armed. But they appear to be like amphibious people.
Okay.
You can roll nature to see if you know what they are.
Yeah.
DC 12. Ooh, 7. You don't know what they are. Across the water, crocodiles and snakes. In that little bit of water, like right behind the frog people. And we're next. We're on the next canal. See.
Well, then I see the tree line, and then I'm gonna stay left first. So we'll do that area right there.
Your left.
Yeah.
So again, it's really, really high, thick trees. So you can't really, even the owl can't really get through that.
Okay. So there's no trees even as I keep going.
So the trees are too high for you to get over.
Yeah, I don't know what.
So
is
if you're so if you're trying to go this way, you can't really get through.
Okay.
It's just really thick.
All right.
It's very thick.
All right. So now, what about the other side?
Yeah, you can get that way.
Okay. That's what I see.
If you round this corner with your owl, you see that it appears to be like this really, really humid area. It's very, very hot, very, very thick. There's a lot of moisture in the air. and you see that there are like insects, very thick, thick through the air, just insects flying around, buzzing around. Yes, exactly.
There. And then where all those guys are over there.
Or that's how you wouldn't be able to. So again, it's very thick. Can your owl fly all the way around here? Because that's
220 feet.
So could the owl make it all the way down here and then around?
No, he can fly 100 and see an extra 125.
So it wouldn't be able to see through the thickness of the trees.
So where I am right now.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 60, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. So pretty much where that like wolf thing is. See that? Well, like wolf looking thing?
Yeah, but again, the trees are so thick, it wouldn't be able to fly that route.
Okay. Well, so what I'm just saying is that's 100 feet from Sorin.
Okay.
I can fly 100 feet.
Okay.
I can see an additional 125.
Okay.
So you tell me.
All right. Let me show you the routes that your owl could take. How about that? Okay. Let me show you the routes that your owl could take. All right. So from here, it could go through that to see what's over here. It can go here. It can't pass this. It would have to go this way.
Okay.
It can't pass this. The trees are too thick. That's the purpose of these.
Okay.
I'm trying to represent that it's so thick here in this thick bog with these trees close together, and it would have to go around this way. Same thing here. It wouldn't be able to go through here. It would have to go around like this. Same thing this way. It would have to go around like that. Okay. See this stuff? It would have to go through that and around.
Gotcha. All right. Now knowing that and what I see, I will ask Vekni if we would like to tunnel underneath here and pop out to the other side. That way.
I shall frog people, snakes and gate owls. Whatever seems easier.
I can't see here, I can't see there, and I can't see there. But I do see frog people, snakes,
but knowing that you
gators.
could tunnel over this way is kind of meta.
It's not that. I can't see straight ahead. I can see straight ahead, so I don't know what's to the right.
Yeah, but who's to know how far you have to tunnel?
I can also. Is this an actor? Is this
Are
an
we
actual
on
mountain?
Are we on like an actual like path into the bog?
Yes.
Is this like a mountain?
It's not really a mountain. It's a rocky area, and there are high trees. They're very thick. That's the point. This is a very humid place. It's very wet. Those water tiles are actual water that you have to like swim through. Mm-hmm. It's very thick, wet, like tight area.
I guess my question is, can I mold earth and get on top of this?
You can try.
I mean, I can.
Okay. Okay.
He can.
So I mold earth a 5-foot cube. That gets me here. So what he said was, I can actually fly my owl in here and see this.
That's correct.
I can actually fly my owl in here and see this.
That's correct.
And I can fly my owl through here, correct?
No.
No, just here.
Yes.
But not here.
That's
I
correct.
have to go through and like and around.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see a group of peasants. There's a wagon by them, and it seems like it's stuck in the mud, and they seem to be very flustered and struggling to dislodge that wagon from the mud.
Seems like an easier way to go than through the frogs, alligators, and lizards.
So Vekni listening to what Sorin says, and she goes, "Where is that now? Guess it's through this mountain, or this hill, or whatever it is."
Yeah. So I'll continuously keep stacking 5-foot cubes of dirt.
Okay.
Until we can make a stepway to the top.
Well, doing that, I mean, there's nothing mechanically that would prevent you from doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you do it, you get to the top of that hill in between the trees, and you see down. You see that there are peasants, and they're struggling with their wagon.
Okay. Then I'll continue with mold earth. Make a stepway down. Can do that.
You get down there, and that group is there, and they're just very busy trying to work on that wagon to try to do something to try to dislodge it. They're really not really paying attention.
Do they look humanoid?
They all look human.
They look human? Okay.
And they're stuck in mud?
Yeah.
Mold earth and shape water can't take care of. This is built for us. Shit.
There are two girls a little bit further away from where those peasants are with the wagon, and they're standing and they're pointing. They're like standing up on a hill, like a rocky hill. They're pointing down.
These the peasants or the peasants over here?
The peasants are where they are on the.
Oh, here, okay, because these are facing the wrong way.
No, they're facing the right way. They're facing that way, and they're over their shoulder. They're like, come on. They're pointing.
Oh,
Come on.
I guess we can't see what's here.
No, you can't.
Vekni will make her way down the steps that he made.
Okay.
And she'll stand next to Sorin and be like, is there a horse pulling this wagon?
Yeah. There's mules.
Okay.
2.
And the wagon is sunk in the mud?
Yes.
Vekni will walk up to the peasant. And she will, well, it looks like you guys have yourself in a dandy of a pickle.
Yeah. Well, can you help us? Our wagon, we can't get it unstuck. And you see a group. It's a group represented. There's mostly males, but there's a couple females. There's one child.
Vekni will go up to each wheel, and she'll use shape water to pull all the moisture out of the dirt that's holding the tires or the wheels in place.
And then I'll use mold earth and like build it all back up again.
I like that. Okay.
This bog was meant for us.
Yeah.
Makes a dream work.
So you unstick the wagon. The peasants say, "Oh, thank you. I think those girls up there, they need help too. They keep pointing and like motioning to us."
Are they with you?
No, I don't know where they are.
Let me ask you, do you have any liquor?
The one older male goes in his pack and he has like a jug that's half filled with ale. He says, if this is what you want for helping us, I appreciate
Vekni
it.
swipes it, she bangs the whole thing back.
Oh shit. Half a jug of ale?
It's just beer.
Alright.
And she tosses it back to him, she says, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And she'll walk up the mountain to these girls and goes, what are you ladies looking for?
Roll history. Your DC's 8.
Total.
They do look familiar. They appear to be the girls that you saw during the Grand Feast for Heroes. The ones that
In Queenspears?
the ones that approached Roland and gave him that black box.
Those 2 girls that were like side by side, they both approach you at once.
Wait, I thought there was only 2.
So you had 3, 4.
Big Brett over here swinging it.
Yeah, those girls are probably like the twins from the Shining.
The two human girls, they look kind of familiar to you. They're both dressed in very seductive dresses made of leather. And they look familiar to you.
And they talk at the same time.
I just get fucking drowned.
The one girl, she's all like, "Oh, look at you! You're so handsome! Oh my goodness, I can't wait to get you into bed." Another girl was like, "Yeah, he's probably got a small dick."
So what is Giselda doing during this?
She's just sitting quietly and letting it happen, letting all these girls try to suit you.
How do I know these 2? Can I roll like?
Why don't you roll a history?
Sure.
Your DC is 15.
9?
You do not remember who they are.
I'll turn back to Giselda for a second. I'll kind of whisper to her. Do you know who these 2 are?
No, I've never seen them before. She goes, "Yeah, that ass." The first girl that kind of hit on you, she goes, "Yeah, bend over, big boy." And she kind of like lightly like gives you a smack.
I'll turn around and I'll say, thank you for your interest, but I'm taken. Sorry.
Well, and then the other girl that was kind of rude, she's like, "Well, we have to at least give you our gift." And she reaches in her pocket and she pulls out this like small gift box and hands it to you.
What's in the gift box?
So you open it and you see inside there's this black.
It's that dust that puts you in blanket to sleep for a day.
probably.
You see this black velvety cushion inside the box, and there's a small red symbol embroidered in red gems on the like velvet that you recognize.
What is the symbol?
It is a Bloodmist symbol, and on the cushion there is a small severed finger.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you guys wish you knew you were.
And you hear the girl that was rude before whisper, "This finger belongs to Tucker, the little boy who got away in the woods after you took the children from us. We still have him. He told us his uncle's a lord here. We are bringing him to so Freemas's kisses to sell him, unless you do something for us. If you hurt me or Fivalina and don't let us leave here, hurt us in any way, the boy dies."
Joe doesn't know what that is, so
I don't remember it
can I
either.
roll history on it?
Well, Vekni would know. What was the black box? I don't remember what the black box.
I don't know if Roland told you. I don't think so.
But I recognize the girls from Clean Grace.
Yep. They were there in the Grand Feast for Heroes.
So Vekni.
Sorry, you were there.
Yeah, but I don't remember who these people are, so.
Same thing. They were two of the They were the two girls that were suitors for Roland.
Vekni would be like,
Didn't one of them give him a finger?
Those were their girls. Those two girls.
who's the finger of?
Now that I know that, can I roll a history to find out more details on it if I remember?
Okay. Your DC is also 8.
Okay, 16 plus 7, 23.
Okay. They are Bloodmist. You will recall that they were Bloodmist and that they worked for Lord Craven. You met them at Sheriff's Tavern with Lord Craven at the very beginning of the campaign. And then at the Grand Feast for Heroes, they presented Roland with a box with a finger belonging to Tucker, Lord Cambert's missing nephew. And they point over, so they're on a hill and they're pointing down. The one girl, who you recall, her name is Lay, says, "Oh, there's a group of us. They saw treasure chests down there and they tripped and they fell. Could you help them?"
Does Vekni remember them from Bloodmist?
Oh, I'll tell you what I know.
I would say that you remember what I told you, and that Sorin remembers what I told him.
Okay, so he tells
They're
her
from Bloodmist. They gave him a finger of the nephew of somebody.
Tucker from Canberra.
Tucker of Canberra. I don't know who that is.
So what did they say to him? There's somebody fell down there.
They're a group that people saw treasure chests down there and they fell and they tripped down and need help getting back
How
up.
high are we from the
Oh,
ground?
high, it's like a 30-foot drop.
Alright. Vekni will,
Don't put yourself there.
what? But he walked up to these girls who was talking to him.
Oh, you are?
So Vekni, after Sorin says that to her, will lean over and goes to this blonde one. She goes, "Can you point to where?"
She points.
And as she's not looking, Vekni will grab her.
She's not looking. She's looking at you. She points.
Alright, well, Vekni's gonna reach to grab her.
Well, if we're already.
That's fine.
So Vekni goes to try to push them in, and as she even just tries to move towards them a little bit, you see a glit in the girl Lay. You see a glit in her eye, and her skin turns blue, and she starts to grow, and her muscles fucking start bulging out, and she turns into one of those giant blue beasts that you faced with Roland and Vess, and so does the other girl. They both transform into those creatures.
So can I ask you this? So he doesn't get a surprise right for doing that?
He didn't surprise her.
No,
It wasn't rolling any kind of stealth or anything. She was looking at him.
Alright, so who's up?
She was trying to yeet him off the cliff.
So I'm gonna hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
You can hit me. I have advantage on charm.
Yeah. Well, I plan on hitting you anyway, so even if you did fail it, it wouldn't be that big a deal. So I'm gonna hypnotic pattern. Okay.
I'm gonna roll separate.
It's a 30-foot cube, and this is very important. Okay.
It's not that important.
I'm going this way with it. I don't know what's here, but anything else that is here, Dan, is going to get hit by hypnotic pattern too.
Okay.
So it's 30 feet out. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So 30-foot cube. I'm also, before the roll, I'm going to use both my portents on both of them, one at a time each. So they don't roll.
What?
Unless they have legendary saves.
Ah.
And both of their rolls are
Oh, what the fuck?
5, 5, and 1.
What do they have to roll?
15.
What's the roll?
15. Int.
Int.
They both fail. There's no way they're plus 10s.
No, they fail.
Yeah.
What? What the fuck?
So Vekni has.
So what happens?
So the creatures become charmed for the duration.
How long is that?
I have advantage 1 minute.
Give me 1 second. While charmed by the spell, the creature is incapacitated and has a speed of 0. So that they literally.
How does the charm get broken if they get hit?
Yep.
No, not even that. So it
What?
says the creature. If the hold on, listen.
They take damage.
The spell ends for an affected creature if they take any damage.
Okay. Alright.
Or if someone uses an action to shake the creature out of its stupor.
Okay, so if you damage them, they break it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's no more saves.
With my save, I got advantage because I have advantage on being charmed.
Even if you don't,
What's the
it's
save?
going to wake you up anyway. 15 wouldn't.
No, I'm good. 19.
Okay. Kevin passes. So Sorin uses his portents. You know, he kind of sees time freeze.
I do.
And he sees a future where
Future!
he sees a future.
I can see the future!
Where both of them pass this save and kill Vekni and myself. Sorin, being the master of what he is, changes the future.
I can see the future! So Vekni will slide behind this one because she realized what he was. She felt the effect on. She shook it off. She looked at Sorin and gave a smug smile and a wink, and she hopped behind this thing, and she doesn't even draw a sword. She just starts swinging.
Okay.
First hit from behind with advantage. Crit 20.
Well, crit 20 hits.
Is it an automatic crit if they're
Maybe not at our current level, they don't.
11? It's 11 plus. 11 plus 3 is 14 on the first hit.
14?
14 bludgeoning.
Okay.
16?
To hit?
Yeah.
Hit.
11 bludgeoning.
Okay.
So I'm using 3rd level spells already. Like, I always be
And I will go with a stunning strike on that one.
Alright.
So you have a stunning strike is a con save of 14.
Fail.
Okay, they're stunned.
Oh, cool. So even when she does wake up, doesn't matter.
Yep.
I love that.
And then I'll swing again on my bonus action.
When does the stunning strike end? The end of your next turn?
My next turn.
Next turn. She's gonna be so dead before that.
19.
To hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits. How many attacks are you doing?
I get 3.
This is no.
2 plus 5, 7.
And one of them was a
7
crit.
bludgeoning.
One of them was a crit, so it was max
Alright.
damage dice before you even rolled dice. Technically.
Sure. She glows. Even though she can't move, she glows. And she appears to be a little less damaged than she was before.
I'm just gonna mind sliver that. So the target must make an intelligence saving throw. DC is 15. But what happens because she's also stunned? I don't know what that does to a stun.
She passed the
What
throw.
is the spell? I mean, what is the
It's an
save?
It's an intelligence save.
She passed the throw.
I don't think it affects anything. I think stun only affects strength and dex. You gotta check that though.
Alright, well either way, it's 2d6 damage.
Okay. Half? Okay. This is what?
So 3 damage.
This already hurt, right?
Yeah, 3 damage.
Vekni will
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
will draw her whip
Okay.
and crash that whip on this bitch in front of her. 15.
Miss.
Okay. That's a hit. That's a 25.
Hit.
Stunning strike.
Okay.
Yep.
Pass.
I'll silver punch it.
Do I have to do it? Roll again?
Roll again. Okay.
Fail.
There you go.
Nice. That's a 7 total.
Kevin, you have advantage on your next
Slashing damage.
ability or attack.
How much?
7. Bonus action. 20 total.
Yeah, hit.
And 9. Bludgeoning. Done.
So she glows
End of my next.
and appears to be a little less harmed than she was before.
Seeing how a little less harmed.
Now we're
she
12
was-
seconds in.
Seeing how little less harm she was from before, its ability that it's doing, is it like an action, bonus action?
You can roll an Arcana to see if you can tell what it is.
Okay. I'll do that later. So I'm going to Tasha's mind whip the creature.
Okay.
Okay. Intelligence saving throw 15 again.
Fail.
So you're going to take 3d6 psychic damage, and moreover, on your next turn, it must choose to move, action, or bonus action. It gets only one of those.
Yeah, these are giant blue beasts with
12 psychic.
with white hair, these monstrous faces, and these big blue lips, with claws, bulking muscles.
They have
12.
They both have glaives.
12 psychic damage.
Just like the creature you faced before, yes.
Daniel, 12 psychic damage.
12?
Okay. And then you said roll under Arcana?
Yes.
Alright, well I'm going to do that now. So I rolled a 14.
14? So with a 14 you could tell that this ability is magical in nature, but then it pretty much is automatic. It just happens whenever the creature goes in priority, it happens.
Okay, is there anything that like dispel magic or counterspell can take care of?
Only if you have some kind of ability that prevents healing, which they exist. There are abilities and weapons that prevent healing. If you had something like that, it would stop it. The creature does look kind of hurt. Crit 20, I guess.
Crit 20, baby.
You rolled so many crit 20s, Ken.
No, I have two though, to be honest.
Yeah.
But,
No, 16 total.
If I was a DM, I would
Hit.
tell everyone just use
No,
the
that's
DM.
16 total damage.
Oh, because you're crit 20. Yeah. Sure.
17.
To hit? Hit.
And it's a stunning strike.
Mm-hmm.
7 total damage.
Okay. What do I have to roll?
14 con.
Let me pass one.
Bonus action.
Imagine doing more party members. This would be a joke.
2 19s. So that's 27
Damage?
to hit.
Oh, yeah.
6 bludgeoning.
Okay. The creature glows and appears to be a little less harmed than it was before. And now we're 18 seconds in, and it is sword strike. I gotta keep track.
Does it look hurt?
Yes.
Oh, mine's silver again.
Okay.
Intelligence 15. Saving throw.
Perfect.
Double the damage.
So it takes. It's a cantrip, so it takes 2d6 psychic,
Okay.
and on its next turn, it has to subtract a d4 from its saving throw before it makes the next turn.
So what's the damage?
The damage is 5.
Alright.
18.
The hit hits.
Stunning strike.
Okay. Oh.
14 con with a d4.
Oh, I see your d4.
It fell without it.
Okay.
Okay. So he's stunned. And I hit 6 plus 6, 12.
12 damage.
Alright. Another 18.
To hit?
Yep.
Hit.
11.
Okay.
And how badly hurt does he
It
look?
looks really hurt. It's like bleeding. It's fucking.
27.
Hit.
I love having advantage. I like seeing the low number and be like, nope, nope. Because I had a crit. 9.
Okay. It's still alive.
It's the end of my turn.
The creature glows.
Throw a
and
haymaker.
it looks a little bit healthier after that.
So how does she look right now? Fucked up.
She looks bleeding. She's even after it healed, and blood's dripping down its mouth. It's like one of its eyes is all like fucking jacked up and like it's looking over here. It looks fucked up.
Well,
That needs tuning up her.
Mind sliver again. Int 15.
Int 15?
Yeah.
Fail.
Okay. So 2d6.
Okay.
9 damage.
Wow. Still alive.
Yep. And the next saving throw before the end of my next turn. Minus 1d4.
And this thing is super fucked
It
up.
looks really hurt.
Alright.
It's been healing every turn. It has healed a tremendous number of HP over the course of this fight.
Yeah.
A tremendous number.
Every turn is 10. Right?
18.
Maybe. 18 hits. It's been a tremendous number of HP.
9.
But it hasn't hit you once. Okay. It's still alive.
26.
It's got
Yeah,
it.
describe it.
It's got it. There you go.
Huh?
Describe it.
Oh, so through this course of the fight, Vekni's been throwing a punch. Throwing a punch. She swings. The first hit, you see it just shred this giant chunk of meat off the back of this creature. And then she swings back again with the whip. And the whip somehow gets between the ribs, and you see it just pierce the heart from behind. Through the lungs, through the heart. And she pulls it out, and the heart's still beating as it flies behind her.
Jesus Christ!
Get fucked.
Alright,